Well, hello everybody, and welcome to Plover here for the Doug's Sports Pub Darts Championship. I am Nick DiChiria, and we're excited to be here over in Plover, Wisconsin for this one. You know, a lot of people are going to be tuning in right now on USA Darts. They're going to say, "You're not Will Stewart." That's right. You got to downgrade and you're going to like it. Anyways, we are excited to be bringing you coverage of this one, as this should be an exciting tournament here. April Patterson versus Casey Bates to start off our singles cricket for the Doug's Sports Pub Championship here. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Thanks for watching, guys. And again, excited to be bringing you coverage here. You can see right here, this is Casey Bates stepping up to the board. It's best of three, all cricket, pretty straightforward, easy goes here. All of the brackets actually are going to be best of three today. So we have the non-pro men, the women's bracket, and the pro bracket available here for us. So excited to see a good range of different talents in the room here. I'm really excited. I'm actually out here in person in the room, walking around, getting some interviews, shaking hands. And I can tell you, I've already confirmed one thing here since being in Plover is whoever's playing on the jukebox in this room, any of these dart players, they got like the best music taste. I've been to a lot of dart tournaments. I haven't heard one country song yet. So we are live, and you're going to see us live on a couple different platforms here. We're actually live on the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship Plover page over there on Facebook. We're also live on Eagle Eye Sports all weekends, today and tomorrow. We will not be streaming Sunday, unfortunately. And of course, USA Darts on Facebook and YouTube for today. And then tomorrow, handing the reins over to Jeff McMahon as he has a stream going on. So he will be streaming on USA Darts tomorrow. So if you want to see the action for this tournament, Doug's Sports Pub on Facebook, or go over to the Eagle Eye Sports page, give us a like, give us a follow. And Dan saying, "What's wrong with country?" Nothing's wrong with it. I like listening to it. I don't get people that play darts to it. It's too slow. You need some energy in the room there. But yeah, Eagle Eye Sports. So we're going to be bringing coverage of this. And a lot of you may be saying, what is Eagle Eye Sports? Quick little breakdown of that. So that's actually our new platform, sister company to USA Darts. Started again by Will Stewart and Jen Mounts there. And all it is about bringing you coverage of more events. We get asked to go to so many different deals across the country here. We want to make sure we never have to say no to an event that, if possible, again, right? On top of that, with it being a little bit away from the darts branding, there's opportunities for us to get in things like cornhole, chess, and pretty much any other niche sport and activity you can think of. So over 100 people tuning in already, excited to be here. Getting into the action here, April Patterson having those 18s and 15s there and hitting a great 5 mark. But it looks like Casey's kind of been in control so far. These ladies are pretty neck and neck for game one here. Don't know as much about Casey Bates, but I do know April Patterson. I've seen her around quite a bit. And let me tell you, there's a lot of talent in this room. I mean, there's so many different people. You guys are the Ocho. Yeah, it's okay. We're the real Ocho of sports. Nothing wrong with that, Patrick. I don't take any shame in that. It looks like April really wants to get rid of those 20s, and I don't blame her here. That's what's been killing her in this leg. Overall, she's been hitting the bottom of the board and those 18s pretty well. Dan saying lots of songs about drinking, which is true in reference to the country there. Didn't know you were going to be there. Wife will be there tomorrow, but I'm on kiddo duty. Would have liked to see you and say hi. Well, Dan, it's always great to see you, and hopefully we'll get to run into each other again soon. But yeah, excited to be out here. A lot of people didn't expect me to be out here in person, but last year was super last second. I streamed it remotely. We had like the semi-low quality because I was getting used to it, and still pretty new to streaming at that point. And now I'm out here and in person using actually some of those PPD cameras. So thank you to PPD for letting us use these. And really get a chance to be in the environment. It's just such a good feeling to be able to talk to everybody out here and shake hands. And it's Wisconsin, you're going to have a good time. Except if you order cheese fries. They took me out for cheese fries. I thought it was just going to be like, I was like, why do we want to go out just to have like, you know, like nacho cheese on fries? And they're like, no. And it literally, it's like a flatbread pizza, but there's more cheese than dough. It blew my mind. Blew it. Casey here is starting to get a little bit closer. She had the higher ground and the point lead. Now it's just down to a 16-15 battle. Gets rid of the 15s immediately. And then right onto the bulls. This is what I like to see. Ooh, and last start just barely deflected out there. And now April, interesting moments, right? She's gonna have to be able to get a lot of bulls in, or maybe she's electing to go at the 16s and just challenge to a bull race. And hits on the last start there. Good close, but Casey Bates clear control. Casey just trying to work it in there. Not a bad marker and takes advantage. And finds it in two there. Great shot. Casey Bates going up 1-0 in this best of three. So just a reminder, guys, last year it was over $19,000 in payouts here. And there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be watching this on USA Darts and Eagle Eye, and they're going to say, what is this, right? Because this is a tournament that I feel like only the people that are in the know. It's not just Wisconsin. People came over from Minnesota and the states all over, and I can tell you that there's a lot of people that just really love this tournament. I call this a tournament for the players, in the sense that this is kind of where you get some high level talent, but you also get to relax and have fun. And it's historic. I mean, this tournament's been around since the 80s, so it has a long time to develop the following it has, and we have over 100 plus people signed up for the singles. So plenty of good action. If you want to follow along with the brackets, copysport.us, just go over to the tournament section, hit Doug's Sports Pub page. From there, you'll be able to see everything going on as it happens. We have the non-pro, the pro bracket's just about to start right now. And then, of course, the ladies bracket here that we're seeing at the moment. Yeah, Dan Levine saying Plover is one of Wisconsin's best and very long-running tournaments. Yeah, of course. Huge shout-out to Doug Barry, Bobby Opie, and everybody else in the crew that puts on this show now. I mean, it's been around since the 80s. Used to be called, it started originally by Russ Wendt, and it was called the Chain of Lakes Tournament, and then moved around Silver Lane Lakes, the Elizabeth Inn, and has had its home here for quite about 2017. So a lot of history behind this tournament, and therefore it's also a lot of pride on the line for winning these titles, because all the players in the area, everyone talks about this tournament. So being able to walk away with a title feels better than ever for a lot of these people. Good last start there on the 19s for Casey. Hope saying good luck, Casey Bates. April does find out on the last there, was having some trouble getting into the wrong neighbors. So Casey just needs to get that point lead if she can. Try to work her way into that triple there. Finding it low, but plenty of room to work. Does kind of drag that last start just a little bit. Now, you might be wondering why the unique view, right? Because you can see, if you see carefully behind on that player cam, there's am I going to be in Cheyenne? I will personally not be. But if you want to find out our other events going on, usadarts.live. You just go over there. That's where you can find out all of our upcoming events that we'll be covering. But yeah, we're in a bowling alley right now. So the 5-star lanes, right? We have a game room, is what it's called, where there's a couple pool tables that are currently just used as normal tables, a prize machine, a couple claw machines. You got the 24 lanes where there's 24 dartboards, one on each lane. So you can see they're playing in the bowling alley. It looks awesome. And then, of course, going over to the sides, there's a whole bar area and dartboards by the bar. And then you have Flight Faction and Booyah Darts set up over here as well. Last year, we had Jeremy Bryan, Mr. Mustachio, playing with Chris Lim. That was fun to watch against Rick Hinsey, Tyler Hinsey duo. That's the first chance I got to actually commentate one of Tyler's games. And I have a feeling if the trend keeps continuing, I'm going to commentate a lot more of his games. You can see these ladies, just like the last game, kind of got roped into some point battling here. And there's some great female shots in the room. And really just great shots all around. That when I covered this last year, right, I had no idea the prestige of this tournament. And when I got here this year and last year, I mean, you're seeing likes like Benny Dersh, Rick Hinsey. Last year there was Chris Lim here as well. And just so many others. You have, I seen Abby Spot is out there as well for the ladies. Of course, Casey Bates and April Patterson right here. I mean, there's a lot of talent in this room, and it's not easy to win any of these events. I don't care if you call it non-pro, if you call it a women's bracket, pro bracket, it doesn't matter the bracket. It's going to be tough. And of course, tomorrow we have events from 9 a.m. Central all the way to the last event starting at 8 p.m. Central. So it's going to be a long day of coverage. And then Sunday we have the mixed trips and the non-pro mixed doubles, which unfortunately we will not be covering that, as I do have to fly back and call my bid adieu here. Well, Casey's looking real strong in this league right now. Has the two houses and has a 24 point advantage. Let's see what she's able to do with the opportunity. April's going to have to really get a foothold in here, dig deep on the 17s. Goes over to the 15s. And you can tell that wasn't a fallen dart. She decided that 17 didn't feel good. I'm getting out of there. And she does, finding a foothold, but Casey's still in control. See how she approaches this. Yeah, going right at the 17s. I agree with this shot. You have the high ground. You might as well take advantage of it. And there you go. Close the 17s and right on over to the 15s. Love to see it. Great shot there. And just a single 15 doesn't even get to the point lead here. So 15s go bye-bye here. It's low, but again, you just need two fat ones. Nothing fancy here. You're already up 1-0 in the match. Just stack it in. And she does. 1 and 2. Gets the number closed. And now April needs to find a whole bunch of 16s. Flying to the left and getting closer. Got wayward on the last, but still finds the single. Gets 3 there. And it closes at 1. Casey's on a tear. And then over to the Bulls. Oh, doesn't connect on the last, but good shot there. Do or die moment for April. 4 Bulls does get the point lead back. So, and even if you don't get 4, you need to try dialing get 1, 2, whatever you can get, because there's always a little bit of pressure in this. I mean, these ladies, again, want this title. It means a lot. Oh, having a little bit of trouble on the Bulls, and this is what I'm talking about. Doesn't connect. So here we go. April, 2 to close, 1 to get the point lead is the bare minimum here. Needs to drill on it. Doug Barry giving us some context here. Of course, the Doug Barry that brought me out here and has brought me out here last year as well virtually, says Casey Bates is an up-and-coming player from Doug's sports pub that I have shot mixed events with. Really loves the game. Well, excited to see her progress here. So it looks like she's going to take this in 2. And there's the ball game. Gets it. Casey Bates there. Finds it. You can see a little bit of hug and appreciation for these girls here as they will move on to the next round in the bracket. And April Patterson is going to be going to the losers side there. Let's take a look. And you can see, I mean, this room is full. There's over 100 people throwing right now across all the different brackets. You got all the people walking by. You got the dartboards over there, the bowling alley. And this is just one of many rooms here. So excited to be bringing you coverage of this, as I'm going to take a little peek at our bracket and see what's going on. And that actually gets into round 4, 4 Miss Bates there, and is going to be going up against Abby Spot to get into the match to play for the queen seat. So currently top 4 winner side. Great win there. And our next match should not be too far away. Let's take a look at our other brackets. And again, thank you all for tuning in. I mean, this is a lot of fun bringing you coverage of this. They don't let me out by myself very often, and honestly, just let me out very often. I've been trapped in my house for weeks. Please send help. So it's excited to get out here, and I can tell you, everybody in this room is just happy to be here. It's all quality shots and class acts. I can assure you of that much. So. Looks like we're going to have a very brief break here going into our next match. So we're probably going to get a non-pro or maybe even a pro match. Taking a brief look here, see what we got going on. Oh, they're rocking out. They're playing some rock and roll in the background. I can hear. Hopefully, you guys can't hear that, or else I'm in trouble. Oh, looks like our next match here, Bob Anderson and Carter Underwood for the pro bracket is going to be coming up now. So that should be a great match. And you can see they're not going to take long to get on over there. So this is going to be some good stuff. I'm excited. There's so much talent in this room. I'm the only concern I really have knowing the Wisconsinites is if they realize that the camera's right here for the overshot that I'm using, they're going to start jumping up and doing some weird stuff in front of it. Cause once a couple bush lights get going out here, it's game over, bud. I'm trying to work on my Wisconsin Midwest accent here. Obviously it's not working out too great for me. Let's take a look around the room and see what else we have going on. So if we take a look, you can see over there, we got a bunch of people playing darts right now. It's a packed room, and that just this is just one of 3 rooms that people are playing darts in. 38 boards here. So excited for this one, as should be not too long till we get into the action here. So you can see Undy here. That's going to be the gentleman that we are covering coming up in just a second. Carter Underwood, Bob Anderson. Jacob Armstrong saying, Nick DiChiria, how are you, sir? I'm doing great. Great to see you in the chat here, buddy. I had to bring my jacket. It's not the same temperature here in Plover, Wisconsin right now in November as it is in Florida. I can tell you that much. I actually had Jordan Zeminski pick me up because there's not too many Uber drivers in this part of town. And he said, hey, I brought an extra jacket in case you forgot yours. I know you're coming from Florida. And I was like, okay, calm down. It's not my first time up north here. So, yeah, no. At least it's not snowing yet. There was some snow on the ground when we were driving by, but yeah, it's not snowing. It's like 44 degrees earlier today. It's actually pretty nice if you ask me. Not as nice as the 70 degrees and slight breeze that I was having over in Florida. But I've been excited to just be out here. And honestly, it's been so hot in Florida up until these last few weeks, and been having a nice little reprieve here. Of course, everyone that lives in cold places, which is most of darts in North America, saying, come to Utah from Jacob and everybody else. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to say I'm okay. I do appreciate the offer. I honestly, I want to go to Utah for some of the national parks. I heard it's beautiful out there. So it looks like we're just waiting on Bob Anderson to get on over to the stream board here. So we're going to track him down real quick. In the meantime, I'm just going to go ahead and put a couple of videos on from our spot. Oh, look, there's Bob. Just kidding. He said, don't run an ad. I don't want you to do that. So he saved you guys, but we do have a couple different ads and some things. Did a little walkthrough of this event because again, I was sitting here. We finished setting up. I go over to have a nice water, nothing else at the bar to say job well done yesterday for the setup. And I look over to my left, and there was 2 volleyball indoor courts there. I was like, "What is going on?" They're like, "You never heard of indoor beach volleyball?" And I was like, "No, in Florida we have beach volleyball at." The beach. So it was pretty funny to see here. I've never been to a tournament where you can go 2 and out and still end up it just end up instead playing volleyball. Chad saying, hey, how's it going, sir? How's it going? Welcome in. So yeah, Bob Anderson, Carter Underwood about to take place here. To give you some reference on where this is in the bracket, this is going to be a first round matchup because the pro bracket, they do 30-minute breaks for start time. So this match was, they just started this bracket, so they're playing first round there. So excited to be seeing that. Can't hear you? Dan, yes, this is the only board set up with a camera. So last year, what we were doing is we were zooming on different boards, but this is the only one we actually have the screen hooked up to. Will's a little bit more talented than I when it comes to production, so he actually has the more complicated setup where you can actually see everything and cover like 1.5 million boards at a time. Oh, hey, you just scared me.
Talent.
Talent, yeah, you actually have talent. By the way, I'm nice to you when you're not around.
I don't know what you're talking about with talent, my guy. What's going on, everybody? Figured I'd jump in here for a second.
Well, Will the Goat Stewart, welcome in. You tuned in for a good one. Bob Anderson, Carter Underwood, first round pro match.
Oh, first round pro match. I like it. I like it, folks. As Plover, Wisconsin, huh?
Yeah, it's a little chilly over here. Not the 75-degree Florida weather.
No kidding. You wouldn't say so. Going up north would be a little bit different, huh? What's the weather like up there? Was it 40s?
Yeah, it was 44 today, so actually really not bad.
That's not too bad at all.
Yeah, sorry, Jacob. We'll beat you to it. We'll beat you to it. Yeah.
Oh, what you talking about?
Jacob said, maybe I'll just go jump in real quick, and then he jumped in as soon as he commented that, basically.
Oh, look at that. Big 9 mark from Underwood.
Yeah, Underwood came straight up to the board, right? He just ran up there and said, I'm going to start throwing, and he threw plenty of warm-ups and is raring to go.
Well, Bob Anderson, man, getting himself a good chunk of change with that new mixed CDI along with Cheyenne Richards, so good to see him in another appearance at a dart tournament.
Yeah, Bob came up to me when I got here. He's like, were you impressed with my interview skills after the CDI? I practiced on talking more. So he made me laugh.
That'll do it there, Bob.
Well, Carter's coming out swinging in this one.
Yeah, it certainly is. Look at that 7.0 and 152 compared to 36 points here. Bob's going to have to hit a number and then some.
Well, he's getting the then some right there.
Couple big ones. How about a 9? 2 9s in this match so far.
They're turning it on for everybody as they said, all right, we're on the feed. Let's make a show of it. It's funny, though, the way we have the cameras set up, like it's pretty hard to know if you're on the streaming board if you don't know specifically what board it is. So a lot of players, I think, are appreciative of that fact.
Sorry, I was getting a text there from Jeff. Well, I don't know if you spoke about it or not yet, but this is a little interesting weekend for us. You're in Plover. I'm at home. No plans on leaving. And Jeff McMahon is in Connecticut. So you guys are going to be streaming, this tournament, Doug's Sports Pub Tournament, and then he's going to be streaming the Waterbury Open, which is, I guess, the largest soft tip tournament in Connecticut. I didn't even know if they knew what soft tip was there, but
yeah, right.
It's a little bit different for us, and we figured this is kind of what we can start bringing to you guys with Eagle Eye and USA with Nick and with Jeff McMahon being a part of the team. So kind of kicking us off with a bang here. It's nice, liking it.
Yeah, certainly. Well, you travel a lot. I mean, can you, like, for the people that are tuning in, can you tell them what it's like to just go to so many events all the time? I mean, it has to be, as much as it's exciting, it has to be a drain a little bit too. It's exhausting.
Oh yeah, it's tasking. I mean, I was not a traveler beforehand. I'm kind of a homebody actually, so it's a little bit different for me. But so far for the year, I've already spent 100 days in the hotel, so I'll probably end up at about 120 towards the end of the year. But I mean, it can be tasking, especially if you do like a back-to-back, or even like you throw a break in between there and then try to do something, because work never stops. Once we get back, we do a lot of editing and get ready for the next one and just general maintenance. So, it just never stops. Never stops.
Absolutely. I'm getting a real taste of it. I've been gone 5 of the last 6 weekends at events.
Yeah,
I've been feeling it a little bit. I'm not going to lie.
You've been on a tear lately with the bull shooters and this and CSC and stuff like that. So how about Bob turning this on its head here? 5.17 for him, 288 to 209.
Well, it's also the seasoned veteran, right? He is going to figure out what's going on. If somebody gets a jump on him or whatever it is, he's just going to dial in and get better as time goes on.
We're still open for Bob. Just go attack these 15s here. Exactly. So single 10. That's a tough marker.
And he's going to have to find a way to get it. Not immediate pressure. He can honestly, after the first one, wouldn't be surprised if he jumped to the 18s anyways, just because it's an uncomfortable dart to shoot. He's going to have to now.
Oh, no, nothing. Carter, this is your opportunity, my man. It doesn't get any bigger than this.
Yeah, this is a big moment here for him.
Big trip 15 opener. Another one of those, and look.
4-point difference. Decides to take the look and doesn't connect, so Bob can wipe his brow there.
Yeah, still an opportunity here, so let's see what Bob comes up with. A big trip 18. He'll take the look. At least he should.
There he is.
Good darts there from Bob. I would have almost been keen to go back up to the 18s there, but either way, that's okay.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, it's exactly what he needed at bare minimum to close those get points in the 18s and close those 15s, and is looking pretty solid to take leg number 1 here. All best of 3s today. Any of the brackets, it's all best of 3s. So it's quick.
Yeah, that's not surprising. That's not surprising. We got double elimination though, don't we?
Yeah, double elimination on all of our things. We got the men's non-pro, women's, and the pro all running simultaneously right now.
Okay. There we go. And some pretty good shots here. I mean, Wisconsin's littered with talent. So interesting that I'm interested to see who we got. I heard you got Abby Scott in the mix, right?
Yeah, Abigail's here, and then we got Abigail. Yeah,
I like it.
And then we got. I mean, we got a couple of great shots. I think I saw Benny Dersch walking around there. I saw Rick Kinsey as well.
I like that. A couple big names here, folks.
Yeah,
Why not?
This is
get
good.
You a little taste. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know who Jeremy Bryan is, but we got
that guy,
Jesse Johnson. Yeah, the mustachio.
Thaddeus is a great shot out of way up north there in Wisconsin.
Yeah,
Joey Beecroft making the trip up from Illinois.
Tim Eisner's in here as well. You got some good shots. Scuba Steve, nonstop good shots.
Jose Malzadov, as I call him, or Jose Kopian.
Yep, there's plenty of good people out here. It's a tough room, and that's why I was telling everybody that was in here earlier. This is a lot of it is about honor and prestige for winning this.
Well, we talked about it at Wisconsin or WAMO. I mean, you're Division I as we get another 9 there from Carter, 3 for the match. We talked about it. Man, you're Division I through Division 4 or 5 can honestly compete with each other in Wisconsin, and I mean the talent and then sheer numbers and volume you guys have in the state is just impressive. Yeah. So impressive.
9 out of the 32 people qualified for the CSC Division I currently for next season is from Wisconsin. And I expect the number to go up.
Insane, my guy. Insane.
In the membrane.
Don't brain going insane. All right.
That's
Why'd
great.
you do that, my guy?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sing there. That was my fault.
Once again, folks, welcome. Will Stewart, Nick DiChiria. He's running the show this weekend on, most of our coverage is going to be on Eagle Eye Sports, but happy to dual broadcast this bad boy on USA Darts this evening.
Yeah, let me tell you, it means so much to the people here. The amount of people that came up and saw the setup, they said, "Will, it's so nice to see the setup." I said, "You don't know who I am." And then afterwards, no, there's a lot of people. They are all excited to see the stream here, and it's just because it's so many people that love this tournament.
Man, yeah, it's one of those ones I need to make my way out to. I've been asked about it for a couple of years now and just haven't made my way out. It always seems to work its way in the middle of a tournament. Last year was Seacoast, then this one, and then which city. So it was tough to do that one. But no, I'm happy that you've been able to make it out there and cover this these quality dart players as they try to compete for some hefty money and help out our guy Doug Barry.
Yep, Doug Barry and Bobby helping run all this show out here amongst all the other people that they bring in to help run everything. I did
Booyah
tell,
Darts is there, right?
but yeah, Darts and Flight Faction are both set up with booths as well. So we
Nice.
have shops open. There's literally a inside volleyball court here, which like
Dude,
that blew my mind.
what?
Yeah, there's two different volleyball courts. It's beach volleyball too, so it's all there's literally a giant hangar attached to this building that filled with sand. They had a volleyball league last night.
My goodness, incredible.
Yeah, you go 2 and out, you can go play in the sand.
Why not?
I did tell them next year because of the bowling alley aesthetic and everything. Instead of diddling, they're going to actually best 1 round of bowling for going first is what we're going to go for.
Holy man, get out of here. I hate you.
No, you don't. Actually, a big fan. My only fan, maybe.
OnlyFans? Oh, okay.
Well,
Big
no.
7 from Carter.
Yeah, good transition. We're not live on there currently. A little bit of a scrappier game in the 4-6s here, and they've just been in point battles. It seems like they close a number, get stuck. Bob needs a lot of 16s here as Carter really's laying on the pressure thick at the moment. He has to. You're down a leg. So Bob's going to have
Gotta
to.
find. No turning back now. Gotta find something of value.
Exactly. One more would help him. And there it is. Bare minimum he needed was 7 to get to that point lead.
Big shot. Big last.
Carter's looking solid on both these legs. He's playing real, like, nice, consistent. Forcing Bob to have to make moves. He could go for the white horse here. Finds the first.
What does Sean say?
Oh, I'm not going to do that.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to do that? I'm not.
Right.
It's out of all of his things. I'm more of a fan of the boom than the nay.
Oh boy.
Oh, what a last start there from Underwood.
Great last dart indeed. Nick, that is emailed to you, by the way.
Oh, perfect. You guys are curious what he emailed me? Just put your guesses in the chat.
The question. I wonder what it could be. Take a good guess. You never know. Big Trip 18. He's going to take a shot here.
Oh, and he hits it.
Massive 6 more. So, guys, fun fact. Nick is actually in like the red light district right now of Doug's Sports Pub. So he's got glass like all around him. So it kind of looks like just he's welcome for anybody to come in. So he's been bombarded in on like 4 times asking, is this where the room is?
Is this it? They see the upside down pineapple. They think they found it. Um, no, we're in. So literally, as soon as you walk into 5-star lanes, there's a pro shop right there with full of bowling balls where they do all the servicing. So I'm actually set up right here by the front door. Big moment for Carter. Needs this. Oh, drags it low. Needs one more. Nope, never mind. Bad math. He's good.
Let's say that's one over if I've checked. So 4-5-0 there for Carter as he puts it away to is it a 1-1 or is that a 2-1?
1-1, 1-1.
1-1. All right, just making sure.
Yeah, Bob came back in that first leg, so he did a good run up there.
He snuck her in, and that's a good one indeed. It's a double, and I think it's one hole outside. So, what do you fancy here, Carter?
Gonna fancy the one hole inside it.
I think Doug's is missing a rare opportunity right now, if I say so myself.
Which is?
You could make this a real fun one, and while you play darts, you got to finish a frame of bowling as well.
I just hope that the dart players don't go too crazy with the volleyball. That's all I'm worried about.
Again, good way to strain a muscle there.
Yeah, exactly. No, Travis Wilkinson, which actually helps set up and works for D&D Amusement, which provided the boards for this event. He came up to me today. He's like, I'm in trouble. And I was like, what's going on, Trav? He's like, I slept on my arm funny. I feel like I can't throw the dart right. And I was like, Travis, shut up.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, 38 boards, by the way, in here. So, I mean, this is not a small tournament.
It's not bad at all. 38 boards is pretty good margin here. And up there in Wisconsin, it's pretty easy to get those boards. So kudos to those people that brought them and made this bad boy happen. So
yeah, I was just gonna say.
Quick.
Oh,
go ahead.
No. You're making me nervous. You're making me nervous.
Nope.
Big shout out to. Big shout out. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No, big shout out to D&D Amusements again for providing the boards here for us, and the Raction for providing the rest as well.
There we go. Sweet. Well, just a reminder too that this action is going to be found on Eagle Eye Sports tomorrow. So if you have not given us a like and follow on that platform, definitely head on over there. You're going to find the same action right now. You can enjoy the coverage over there. But give us that like, give us that follow. We're going to do a lot more on that platform, including, well, hopefully other sports like cornhole and maybe chess, maybe billiards. You never know.
Yeah.
You never know what we could possibly bring.
Bocce ball for the fans.
We could do that. I've actually maybe get some axe throwing in here. I've heard that's pretty popular as well. So you never know. You never know the possibilities here.
Certainly. Great last.
More darts, obviously. So
yeah, well, we always talked about you can't be in two places at once. Well, now between you, me, and Jeff, you could be in three places at once potentially. So with two platforms, I mean, it's exciting to bring you guys this coverage. Like I say, like Will said, just give us a follow over there. Eagle Eye Sports, plenty of action, and all the action for the Doug Sports Pub tournament tomorrow will be on there.
Look out for our third platform. Only Stans.
Where it's only people named Stan or people that look like Stans. Carter finds the last 19 there, getting that point lead back, but Bob regaining a little bit of control. Yeah, never mind, Paul. You're right. That's the correct name.
Carter's got to collect here. A triple 19. He could take a look, but may just stay down now. He's got to stay down.
That's not the last start he needed. Bob needs to take advantage of this. I say one up top and then go downstairs. See how he approaches. So a little bit more of a conservative style player, more traditional. Two at the point, one at the close mentality, or vice versa.
Sugar Shane saying, please don't bully me tonight. I'm home this time. Well, we can't bully you anymore because then you'll sick Cheyenne on us, who's definitely the more intimidating one of you two. Yeah, so Can't do that one no more.
If you want to hear some nightmare fuel,
Let's hear it.
he's Sean posted his daughter with the pink hair and and like the outfit and said it looks like a mixture of Cheyenne Richards and Nick DiChiria, and I was like, that sounds like the most terrifying Hot Mess Express I've ever heard of.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't know about that one, my guy. That's a yeesh.
Yeesh.
Yeesh. Yeesh. I like it though. I like it. Bob looking to do some justice on these 17s. He's kind of ran away here in this one so far. Carter only able to find a 3.65. And you said this is a best of 3 or race to 3?
Best of 3.
Okay, so this is it right here.
Yep. Every event this weekend should be best of 3s. They did talk about depending on the number of teams sign up, they might switch it to best of 5 on the winner side, but more than likely best of 3s for everything out here.
I gotcha. I'm not gonna lie, Royal, I got some of your cherry pie on me right now. Oop, did I say that out loud? Sorry,
Yeah,
Nick.
the one that you didn't ship to me like you were supposed to.
Sorry, well, you should have taken it with you.
Yeah,
But did you do that? Nope.
I can't take it in my backpack on an airplane.
Well, it's gotta get drank somehow, and I had to sacrifice my life for that one, so I did.
Well, I can tell you, I did have quite a bit of it before I left that last night, and it was very delicious. So thank you, Roy there and Barb. It was actual pie.
We took down a whole bottle to, well, 3 Wisconsinites and us.
Yeah, exactly. Well, John Pilgrim was celebrating his win there. I actually did an interview with Matt Bella as well to talk with him about coming off that big win.
That is great. That is great. Yeah, it was kind of cool to see Matt Bella and John Pilgrim, 2 Wisconsinites, get it done in the TOC Elite finale. How about this? Getting it done? Yes, sir. Another 9-4 in this match. Unless I miss one.
At least 4. But look, I mean, right now, Bob's still in clear control, but it might be too little too late as it didn't even get the point lead. Bob just needs a big single on this last. Ooh, does not connect. There you go. That's why you had that never give up, never do or die mentality. That 9 mark now set him up because of Bob's error to get back in this and potentially get a massive point lead and go for the closes. With those X's on the 17s and 16s as well, if he just digs deep on the points, next round, a 5 mark's more than doable to close up everything.
All right. Let's see what Bob does here. He's got the house advantage, but if he doesn't find the lead, this could go quickly. If he doesn't find the lead, this could go quickly. All right, take out the 15s here.
Decides to go up, doesn't get the point lead, does bring it within 1 bull if Carter closes everything. This is the best chance Carter's going to get a board state like this. At bare minimum, needs to close those X's.
Well, here's the thing. Even if Bob would have taken a shot there, it would have almost been detrimental because now it's just 2 singles here. Look at that. Yep, 2 singles. Yeah, he had to hit there, and Carter forced his hand. So great shot. Bob acknowledges there. You can see it with a little fist bump.
Yeah, big moments on the dartboard. Bob still has game shot, though. Oh, that's a good start to it. Another double and then single 15 needed. Oh, dragged it low.
Smart close. Smart close.
It's a lot of pressure. I mean, Carter's definitely wants to win this. He knows it's no easy match for him. And he's catching Bob at an off leg. 3-9-1 is definitely not something you'd typically see Anderson throw.
Now he's got to go double. Or sorry, single double.
Oh, doesn't get it. Doesn't
Okay.
get it. Tried to use it as a backboard and moved over to the side.
2 for the win for Bob Anderson.
Has to go here to sneak away with this one. Gets it.
Wow. Great match, boys. Bob, you can tell he snuck away with that one.
Yeah, some hugs from the guys. A little laugh about it, and yeah, Carter really wanted it. You just know he did. So, quick one there for those guys. As looks like they're moving on. Bob Anderson, winners aside, second round here. So we got some more matches coming up in just a moment. We're going to take a minute to here, give you guys a little preview of what Eagle Eye is all about and a couple of our sponsors here. So Nick DiChiria, currently joined virtually by Will Stewart. I know it's a little inverse than normal. Don't go far, folks. The action will be back in just a moment here.
So you want to get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're A2ZDarts.com, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com. Woo! Leonard Gates. But we're not going to get the 6 dart out. Just immediately lost my confidence. We'll see. Ooh. All right, we'll finish this up and then we'll move on to steel tip. Right in the bottom corner. Oh, God.
Let's get started. First, let's talk about the dartboard and what all this means. So let's take a closer look at the dartboard. This kind of board is called a sisal board, used with steel tip darts. Usually it's referred to as a steel tip board. There are other types of boards, like electronic, also called plastic tip or soft tip, and these used soft or a plastic tip on the dart. But for this demonstration, we're going to use the steel tip board. On the dartboard, there are 20 numbers, and they correlate with each of these 20 segments. For example, let's say you throw a dart and it lands here. This segment is worth 20 points, also known as a single 20. If your dart landed here, it would also be worth 20 points. The same rule applies for all of these large segments. If your dart goes into any of them, it's worth a single of that number. Now let's say your dart goes into this smaller segment here. This is called the double ring, and any dart that lands in this outside ring is worth double that number. Now if your dart goes here, this is called the triple ring. Similar to the double ring, if your dart lands here, it will be worth triple the points of that segment. Finally, if you hit the center of the board, or the bullseye, it has a numerical points value too. The green or outer bowl is called a single, and it's worth 25 points. The inner, or red bull, commonly called a double bull, is worth 50 points. Any dart that goes outside the double ring is outside the scoring area and counts as no score. Now, some of you may feel intimidated by the math here, but really, as you play more and more games, the repetition will help you memorize these segments until they are all as easy as a single 20, I promise.
Well, here we go, folks. Hope he didn't go far. Nick DiChiria back here. Will Stewart decided to go back to doing whatever he does when he's not talking about darts. No, I was just kidding. It was a pleasure to have him in the virtual booth here. But here we go. Losers aside match that we're looking at the moment. Jose and Brandon duking it out here. Went over there to make sure everyone was at the boards. And what do you know? They were raring to go. Jose finding 9 on the 19s there and finding the 18s as well. Good shot. And he's saying, does the camera add about 20 pounds or is this just a dart tournament in Wisconsin? Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Now, there's actually, you know what's crazy is for it being in what is technically just a bar, with a bowling alley and everything like that. I mean, there is a lot of room here. Everyone's walking around and everyone just seems like they're in such high spirits. I go to a lot of tournaments and don't be wrong, everyone's there to have a good time at any tournament, but this one in particular just seems like it's just so like positive in the atmosphere. Paul, of course, I appreciate you tuning in and thanks for the support. Brandon with a huge opportunity here, and he's a tall fella. You can kind of see him peeking into that little board camera over there. Trying to find the 17s. Does find it. Needs a single to get the point lead. And there we go. So now Jose needs to get that point lead first. Going to get rid of the 17s regardless of turn, right? He needs to close this out, take that dart away, and then he'll be more than okay with this position. Yep, goes ahead and closes them with extra credit. And then back up to the 18s. They're textbook stuff. 5 mark is now needed to get the point lead on the 16s or 15s here. Paul, I couldn't agree with you more, mostly because they tried to tell me like, oh, try our cheese fries. And it was literally like the cheesiest flatbread I've ever had. It was not actual French fries at all. 5 mark does get the point lead as we predicted for Brandon. So now Jose here, he's going to have to go over to those 18s. 2 of the points want the close mentality. As long as he hits one of these as a trip. Of course, this is a pro bracket, right? So there's going to be some tough matches. Or excuse me. Yeah, this is the pro bracket. Just wanted to confirm that. Jose in the first round going down to Steve Diker and Scotty Miller beating out Brandon. Oh, there you go. I saw him at TOC. Everyone's like, oh, Scotty Miller's back. Well, I can assure you he is. He is here as well. And he did well getting second over in the elite finale with Mike Scarborough over at TOC. Yeah, potential big moment here for Brandon. Just wasn't really capitalized. Doesn't even secure the point lead. There's a little bit of nerviness, right? I mean, this is a pro bracket. These guys are very talented shots, but you lose the first round. You don't feel comfortable and settled in. It's the first event of the weekend. It's going to be a little shaky sometimes, and it's going to take a little bit for these guys to really get dialed in. Bare minimum only gets to close on the 16. So Brandon, if you hit 4 15s here, you have to take a look at those 18s. Not bad. You can go right at, yep, finds it there. Needs to take a look upstairs. Oh, and drags it way down. You can tell he got too excited. You saw the other darts were more methodical, right? Instead, on that last dart, he kind of just chucked it up real quick because he got excited. The opportunity, really wanted it. Need to take your time with shots like that. Ooh, aggressive look at the second there. And then over to the bulls. I would have certainly expected at least one more 18 to add a bull on the board. Game shot is available. Needs a double than trip 18 here. Not going to go. With the X on the bulls, you have to just stay on them. Only getting 2. So first game is going to Jose more likely unless something goes chaotically wrong. And here we go. Jose gets it. Going up 1-0. This is loser side. Do or die. Don't want to go 2 and out, or you have to go to the volleyball court. Five mark there for Brandon to get us started off. Yeah, Jose did get a haircut. Didn't recognize him at first. He waved at me. I was like, who? Oh, hey. Looking sharp, honestly. Answers with a 7. Well, everyone, appreciate you guys tuning in. Of course, I am Nick DiChiria here bringing coverage of this one. Let me know where you're tuning in from, where you're watching from, and if you're here, give me a shout. Let us know in the chat. Again, thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Fine and 6. Got Chad tuning in from Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin. Paul tuning in from Minnesota. Mini? Is that how that's pronounced? It has to be, right? Paul tuning in 2.5 hours south of us. So that would be in Rockford, right? Is that right? Could be wrong. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Brad tuning in from New London. Thank you guys for tuning in. Of course, we're over here in Plover. Manamani. Got it. Manamani, Michigan. Thank you for spelling it phonetically. Porky tuning in from the bathroom. Porky, I am severely disappointed because when they set me up at the pro shop here and I saw that there was a couch behind me in the stream room, I was like, oh, nap area is set up and ready to go. Complete disparity what we're seeing from these guys compared to the last game. Last game they were struggling in the threes for all of it. This game they're waking up. There, I mean, if you're Brandon, you know I don't want to go out this early because there is a luck of the draw after this, so they could play in one of those or go have a drink or hang out with everybody. There's still plenty to do, but you don't want to go out this early, and he's going to make sure he doesn't if he can. 575 plays a 6 at the moment. Sunshine and Lollipops located in the state of existential crisis. So yeah, that's what I tell my therapist. Oh, there we go, boys. There we go. 9 mark there. 675 plays 575, but these guys are in the losers bracket. This is the first round of the loser side. Porky, I would love that photo. That's awesome. Yeah, Porky, I should have done a food review because they had me try the cheese fries out here. They were not, in fact, cheese fries. They were something else altogether. Yeah, 6 marks there from Brandon. He kind of shakes his head because he wanted all 3, but excellent shot. So even though Jose's starting at 675, that 20 is just such a powerhouse on the board, and he just is trying to afford himself an opportunity to shoot at it here. Last one does connect, bringing it within 2, but expect if you find a first dart triple here, if you're Brandon, you have to take the look. Otherwise, when you have that higher number, you can prolong the game. You have the advantage. Your triples are just simply worth more and do more. I'm gonna be honest, guys. The music. I know you guys can't hear, but I can hear the jukebox very clearly, and I'm having a lot of trouble not singing along with some of the bangers going on here. Wisconsinites know their music. So remark there from Jose does not do what he needs to get done here. At some point, you got to take the look. I mean, 25 rounds, the risk of rounding out's very low, but you have to take the look at some point, you would imagine. Finds it dead center on the second. takes a look on the last, doesn't connect, handing the opportunity back over. These guys are definitely playing way different. First leg, I was like, wow, I could see those blues going on. The first round, second round blues, but not anymore. I mean, these guys are firing on all cylinders at the moment here. And there we go. Great 7 mark from Jose. Putting himself into a great shot. 5 mark is going to be needed now on these 17s here. Bare minimum. You don't want this to start running away. I mean, Jose's showing a 5.86 after 9 rounds here, 8 rounds. 7 mark on the 17s will be more than enough, though. Good shot there. 44-point difference. Now with the higher ground advantage in Jose's book, I seriously wouldn't even consider the look unless I hit a 6 mark to start. And does connect on the last here. I mean, he's really heating it up. Running, connecting there. I mean, you can just see it. These guys are really putting their hearts out on the court here. Let me know who you guys are cheering for in this one. Who you guys got? Six mark from Brandon. We're about to get a 1,000-point game at this rate from these guys. Oh man, these guys, it's literally the 2019 point battle, then into the 2018 point battle, and now into the 18-17. You can see one gives, one takes. It's a teeter-totter of a match. Oh, it takes a look on the last. I actually like the aggression shot there. There was some momentum, but of course, now with it not connecting, kind of gives a better opportunity than what would otherwise be available here for Brandon. Brandon just taking a moment to get himself composed here. He knows that this is a big chance, right? Like, you have to understand it. Yeah, finds the 17s on the first. Finds the 18s, does a quick switch. Going back down and finds a 9 there. 9 mark for Brandon Towney. I definitely messed that up. Almost called a cool shot, and then I just butchered it. Ruined it. No, huge 9 mark there. And that's, I mean, these guys are firing on all cylinders at the moment. Puts the monkey on the back now of Jose. And finds a 7, rises to the occasion, bringing it back within 17. 5-6-4, 5-5-5. These guys are throwing amazing at the moment here. Billy, how's it going? Thanks for tuning in. Dan saying he's cheering for Jose. Now, I just want to remind everybody, I know you guys have already heard me, and you're going to hear it a couple times today, but tomorrow, all the coverage will be on Eagle Eye Sports. That's on Facebook and YouTube. That's our new platform that we're getting going here. Today, we are on USA Darts, and USA Darts will also be live tomorrow for the Canterbury in Connecticut from Jeff McMahon. So there will be content on this platform as well. But if you want to see what's going on here and see how the events go tomorrow, I mean, we have a full day of coverage. This is an amazing tournament to watch. So give us a little follow over there at Eagle Eye. We're going to be getting some new sports soon enough. And look, what a shot from Jose. That was dirty. That was actually disgusting. This is a great match. This is great. Oh my. Oh my. Wait a second. Wait a second. Don't do it to him. Oh, he just catches the wire. What an answer back that would have been. Huge 7 mark there from Brandon. These guys are seriously, I mean, they are playing so good at the moment. Oh, Waterberry. Did I say Cadbury? Think of the Cadbury eggs. $1,000-point game. Told you guys it was going to happen here. Finds another on the 16s. Oh, and now you see Jose misses the close. This is seriously back and forth teeter-totter type match. These guys are playing amazing. Could you believe that this is a loser's bracket match? I mean, you saw the first leg where it was definitely a strugglesome, but now that these guys are loosened up, it's really going. Oh, but a missed opportunity from Brandon. Just the 3 on the 15s. And yep, there they go. And he gets the double bull. He might end it right here, 2 straight. Doesn't get the last. And now leaves an opportunity. Brandon has to hit this. Double bull, double bull. No matter what the X and the bulls, he is staying there. He has to. Just gets the 1, so he's going to have to stay on it. That goes wayward, so now he can't even get the point lead. Just the 2 bulls there. Might be all she wrote. Jose, 1 bull. And he finds a double on it. What a leg of darts there. You can see the handshake from these guys, 2 straight. But I mean, after, what was that, 19, 15 rounds? I can't quite see it, but 5-7-2, 5-0. They were throwing amazing. I mean, that's some good stuff. High quality darts. And that's kind of what you expect, right? That first leg, again, was kind of a little bit of a lax moment from them. So, yeah, a little bit of a rough start, and then all of a sudden they completely woke up there. So good stuff from those guys. Yeah, that's a loser's side match. Of course, if you guys want to follow the brackets, see what's coming up next, of course, look for that board number 15. That is our streaming board today. Just go to compusport.us, go to that tournament section. You can type in the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship there. It'll pop right up, and you can follow all 3 of our brackets: the non-pro singles, the pro singles, and the women's singles are currently going on in all cylinders here. So guys, we're going to be back in just a brief moment here. We're going to get these guys up and running on the next one. So again, excited to be bringing you guys coverage of this. It's going to be a lot of fun all weekend. You're going to be stuck with me. Unfortunately, we will not be streaming Sunday, as I do have to head back originally to finish the CSC up, but got some other stuff and exciting stuff coming to you soon here. So again, it'll be just a moment. Don't go far, folks. Nick DiChiria here. Plover Tournament 2023. All right, guys, I got exciting news. We got our next match about to take underway here in just a moment. We got Eric Bobzine, Matt Birdshot Bella. So excited to see these guys on the dartboard here. Matt Bella, of course, did an interview with him. You guys will be seeing it tomorrow. And a super class act guy, did really well at the TOC tournament in the elite finale, winning it with John Pilgrim. Of course, Eric Bobzine, veteran of the sport. Got to see a lot of coverage of him at Whammo, and he is a talented shot. So excited to see how this one turns out. Of course, you guys got to let me know who you're picking here. This is round 2 of the winners side here. Matt Bella did come off a bye. Ken Rip did get taken down by Eric Bobzine. So to let you guys know, got Benny Dersh here going up against Jerry Judnick. We got Gary Blum, Skylar Lapine here, Steve Diker versus Scotty Miller going on, Bob Anderson, Tim Eisner. Eisner being Bobzine's partner in a lot of these events. So excited to see this. This should be a juicy one. Very juicy indeed. You guys might be saying, why is he emphasizing the use of the word juicy here? Well, that's because it's like Will's like one of his favorite adjectives. All right. So just trying to be like Will when I grow up. That's always the goal. Always the goal here. All right. Looks like we're getting the thumbs up here from the players. Go ahead and take a look at the action here. Getting into the diddle. So let's get this one going. Does look like Eric beat out Matt there on the diddle. So we're getting things underway. Eric Bobzine to start us off. Oh, doesn't get the close. Trip 5 on the last. A little bit of a lax start there. Let's see what Matt Ringiabella does here. I do want a little bit of an answer here in the chat if we could. Should we go with Matt Birdshot Bella or Matt Ringiabella? Because that is the vote. A couple people here have already asked me, hey, can you go ahead and get a poll going, see what they say? And Paul, I couldn't agree with you more. Paul Rogers saying, if Eric gets his feet under him, it'll be hard to beat. He is a talented shot, but I mean, there's so many talented shots in this room here. But Matt doesn't do much with that turn, if we're being honest. Gets the opening, but with that 1 point difference here, the close to the 20 is looking real smart from Eric. Yeah, fighting 19s with the first. Decides to do the quick switch. It's funny, right? As a darts commentator, I've seen the game change a lot in the last 2 years. And 2 years ago, I felt like we were starting to hit the peak of the point heavy mentality. And now we're going back towards a more aggressive, if you got the higher ground in the lead, you can take shots pretty easily. And if you're behind, you take shots and play a little bit more aggressive. You're starting to see that mentality change just a little bit from how it was in soft tip darts in particular. Andy's saying Matt Bella for the win. Yeah, Eric Bobzine and Tim Eisner is a dynamic duo on the dartboard. I'll tell you that, Paul. But Matt Bella is in a little bit of danger in this leg. Needs a big round, though. And that's the one thing that Eric hasn't done yet, right? He hasn't gotten enough of an advantage where he isn't within striking distance. But this will be that opportunity, right? Yeah, this close to the 18s would be huge. Finds the trip there. Can throw whatever you want. Decides to go down to the 15s for the easy transition, but catching high. I like that shot. Nothing wrong with it. You can see Matt Bella has from this angle, you can really see the exaggeration of the lean. He really puts his full body forward. One player that used to do that a lot and still does it, but has talked about in the past is Michael Van Gerwen, right? He has that very big lean forward and kind of puts his whole body out there, and it helps close that distance. It makes it so that way you don't have to be as accurate with the release point of your dart. That's the benefit of it, right? But on the other end, especially for people that play the sport for longer and longer, it makes it really prone to struggle to get into that position, especially with aging and everything like that. Not calling Matt or Michael Van Gerwen old here, right? But it is a factor that it's hard to do a stance like that, especially if you ever get a back entry or anything else. It's hard, but it is effective. There we go. Does get the bare minimum point lead and goes for the close, and then adds a couple on top there. Bobsy looking strong right now. Well, if any of you guys are tuning in or in the area at all, at 9:30 Central, so up till 15 minutes before, so by 9:15 Central, if you guys somehow make it here in the next few minutes, you can still get in the blind draw. They actually just made the announcement for it. So there you go. I know a lot of people are going to be getting in that one. We will only be covering these singles events today. We're not going to be covering the blind draw because we know blind draws after dark here in Wisconsin can get a bit crazy. So just a heads up there. We'll be covering all the main events today, though. Hat trick there from Birdshot Bella. And there we go. Finds the double 4-3-2. And what was honestly a little bit of a rough game for these guys, but you can tell Bobsy really turned it on there as it continued. Well, Nick, stay safe. Don't force the drive. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the coverage here. Again, we are live over on the Eagle Eye Sports page, so give us a look. Give us a shout. Well, Matt Ringabella starts off with a 7 there. See, I'm always so greedy, right? When I start off, I just want to load the 20s every single time. But I think objectively, Jeremiah Millar is the one that talks about this a lot. But the ideal opening for him, and what I agree with, is if you can hit a trip 20, trip 20, trip 19, right? Not only do you have a point lead that can't be beaten in 6 marks, excuse me, but then on top of that, getting the 2 highest number of real estate forces the opponent to have to hit a 7 at bare minimum, if not a 9 mark on the other numbers. Well, if you only if you go for a white horse, you can't actually get the point lead with that, and can be very detrimental. So big fan of that style of opening. And now has the 2 numbers because Bobsy only hit 2 on the last go. Does get 7, brings it back within 7 points, but 2 18s and some points here will do Bella fine. Oh, it goes low. I think he's still with the 2 numbers. He does go back to the points, and there's nothing wrong with that shot, right? And hits the double on the last, so now it's a good shot. But I think he could have just went for that close first before going on there in that situation. You had the 2 highest numbers on the board. But here we go. Bobsy now on the 17s. Needs a trip on this last to get the point lead. And does get it. Gets point lead by 1. Getting himself within range. Bella is still in control, though. Oh, let's see what he's able to do. Finds 5, plays smart, There was no version without hitting 2 triples where I think he would have considered taking that shot. Matt Bella and really Eric Bobzien as well have pretty traditional styles of play. So you can see that's 17. It's a little bit of a blocker. I had to move way over. And he knows he has to stay, and yeah, it just gets flicked out on the last. Lax around there. And see that compared to the Ringy Bella, Matt Bella, that was more the birdshot Bella. Oh, Bobzien's struggling in the 17s. He keeps blocking himself. Again, he's going way over to the other side of the board. Throws across to try to get it in. Only finding 2 singles. Does not punish Matt Bella here. Bobzien trying to find some 16s. He's getting really unlucky this leg, if I'm being honest. I mean, of course, obviously, when you place a blocker, it's on the player that places it there, right? The board isn't blocked until you throw a dart. But again, it's just frustrating. He's not far off, but it's just letting Matt, again, he had such a strong opening, and he's been able to just kind of coast on that. When you open so strong, you can just coast. Switches to the 15 and love the cover shot. Now back to the 16s with advantage. Only gets 2, but that 5 mark there, 3 houses up and point advantage. Looking likely that this will go to a last leg decider here. Oh, goes high. And then goes low. Doesn't connect. Needed 2 more. Really wanted that one. Of course, he does have that first game under his belt here, so not in worries of going to loser's bracket yet. Will be 1 more leg more than likely. Matt just needs to pop that 16. With 3 numbers up, you can go right at the bull. He will go right at the bull underneath so he can stack on top for the double. Oh, doesn't quite get it. 2 bulls there, though. Basically seals this leg away. Let me know who you got in this last leg decider. Eric Bobzien, Matt Bella. Oh, maybe not yet, though. 5 bulls. Bobzien said, stop calling the game over before it is. On the off chance that Matt has a relaxed turn here, could go completely topsy-turvy. Oh, needs 2 singles. If he doesn't hit triple. Oh, no, that's terrible miss. That's not the time to do that. All of a sudden, never mind. Single 19, trip 20, trip 15 for the match. Bobzien did not expect to have this. Did not expect to get another shot this game. 19s are gone. Over to the 20s. Oh, doesn't connect. Over to bull that adds pressure. Finds a double. Now this is completely flipped on its head. I may have spoken way too soon. I'll have to bite my tongue here. Matt Bella needs to recompose, and he has recomposed. Finds the first. Still needs to get that point lead, though. He doesn't get the point lead again. Now a 6 mark shot required for Eric. You see the frustration. Matt Bella tapping himself on the forehead there. Can still stay for 1 more dart. Does find it. 1 dart, 1 trip for the match. Eric Bobzien. Oh, and he goes high. Single 15, single bull. Matt Bella just needs to regroup here. Finds the 15. Hits a single bull. He puts his arms up. He survived to 2 different game shots from Eric Bobzien in a game where, let's be honest, he had no right having a game shot in. That's a huge moment there. And honestly, if anything, if I was mad, you take the sigh of relief, but You're gonna feel a little tight after that. Eric, on the other hand, says, "All right, if I can still sneak in this game here, then let me see if I can throw my A game and really be in it." These guys definitely had to struggle some leg. Last year, this tournament paid out $19,776, and it was a record turnout. Over 900 entries across all 13 events. So super excited to see how this one turns out. I can tell you, people are dancing, singing, and having fun with it out there. Eric with the one on the diddle gets to start us off. Last round started with a 2 mark, or excuse me, with the no, that was correct. That was the last leg. So already an improvement from the last, but needs to get some points on the board here. Just gets that single. I'm gonna be honest here, and again, Matt's a great guy and a great shot. He's proven it, but that was a very off first dart, and then he kind of just got stuck in the 7s. Obviously needs to punish. Doesn't really punish. These guys are not on their A game at the moment. You can see a little bit of frustration from both ends here. They want to be connecting. Matt knows getting rid of the 19s here is important. Getting with the X on him, it just puts a lot of pressure. He needs this last start to connect. It's just a single though. So obviously pop the 19 and then move on to back to the 20s or onto something else. Gets the option for either. Goes back up to the 20s, drills it. Surprised the last one didn't go in just because of that great placement there from Eric. Oh, Matt's fully frustrated at the moment. You hate to see it. It happens. So don't get me wrong. It certainly happens. These guys are on the winner's side of the pro bracket, right? So, I mean, they had the game before, and they'll have it again. It's just a frustrating moment for the gentleman here. Matt Bella did have a bye, so might just be a shaky start for him. This is really, I mean, technically, this is first round blues if I've ever seen him, right? So now is a huge advantage in Bobsing's favor. Matt Bella's gonna need to find something here, or else he's in dire straits. Just 4 doesn't feel like enough at the moment. I'm going to be honest here. Let's see what Eric's able to do. Eric gets those 16s out of the way and then finds the 15s, 2 balls away from taking this 2-1. Let's see what Ringy Bella does. It just kind of pops some closes there. Yeah, you can kind of tell he was just frustrated with this one. Kind of puts in the pocket, is ready to just go to the loser's bracket and run it from there. And it happens. You get those off games sometimes. I can tell you every one of my games I throw nowadays is an off game. So I definitely get it. Just a reminder, folks, Matt Bella did just come off a big $10,000 win for the TOC finale with John Pilgrim. So he has some A game, just some struggles in first rounds. Bombzine did not close it out yet. So Matt blocks himself on the bull. Yep, and then hit right into it. Mike Malloy say, didn't you know 217 for me? Absolutely. Bobzine does take it. And what, let's be honest, these guys are very frustrated on both ends of their game here. And that's what happens. It's some first round blues. Matt Bella only had the bye and then played right into this. And Bobzine, which did have a strong opening round, right? Beating out Ken Rip. So no slouches in the pro bracket here. Just a little bit of a strugglesome moment from these guys. But hey, no harm, no foul. Plenty of darts left to throw. Double elimination, so they are still going over here. W is a W, Byron. I agree with you. Absolutely. Of course, I'm Nick DiChiria here. We're at the Doug's Sports Pub Darts Championship in Plover, Wisconsin. I'm actually physically here. I have my jacket on. There's a slight draft or breeze because I'm right by the front door where I'm set up. So it's exciting to be out here. The vibes are immaculate, as everyone's so excited to be out here and play some volleyball, play some darts, whatever they're doing. They're not bowling right now. All those are unfortunately for darts, or fortunately, depending on what your point of view is. Coming up next year, I know we have some good matches lined up for us. We are going to get that women's queen seat here in just a little bit, so that won't be far away at all. So we have some good ones. Let me know. I mean, go over to CompuSport.us. Let me know who you're cheering for. Take a look at our brackets and kind of let me know what you think, who you're cheering for, who you got. Some lot of talent in this room, and we're going to continue to see star-studded talent throughout. Seriously, super excited to be bringing you guys coverage to this one. Of course, huge shout out to Doug Barry and Bobby Opie for bringing me out here, letting me hang out with everybody. I can tell you though, don't try the cheese fries. That was they tricked me. It was not cheese fries. I'm not over it. I won't be over it. So taking a brief look at our brackets here. Doesn't look like we have our next match called yet. So I'm going to run over and let them know, hey, ready to get some matches here. We're ready to bring you action. So guys, thank you. There's hundreds of you guys tuning in. We're live over on Eagle Eye Sports on the Doug Sports Pub page and on the USA Darts page. Of course, I am Nick DiChiria here, the worst Will Stewart as I'm better known. And we'll be back in just a moment, folks, with some more darting action. Don't go far. Well, how about this one, folks? This is a star-studded matchup after what was already a great match. And we're going to only have great matches, so I don't even know what the point of me saying that is. Rick, the Juggernaut Hensey versus Garrett, the Bullet Rakowski here. That's a great one. They literally, as soon as I went out there, they were like, don't worry, we got a good one for you. I was like, all right, tell me. I want to see what a good one looks like. They're like, how about Garrett Rakowski, Rick Hensey? I'm like, yeah, you called it, right? Garrett Rakowski having a solid run, being up Byron Johnson and Jesse Johnson. So back-to-back wins there. And then Rick Hensey beat John Olson and then Joey Beecroft. So good starts to their campaigns here. Excited to see it. Excited to see it. Indeed, here we go, everybody. It's time to get into the action here. Here we go, folks. Sorry about that. I had to sign some autographs. They said, are you Sean Green? And I said, yes, I am. So here we go, everybody. Rick Hensey, Garrett Rakowski in this one. This is an exciting match here. I'm going to be honest. I'm really looking forward to this one. You can see Garrett pounding in some 19s here, following the 5 from Hensey. And there we go. Hits a 9. The bullet firing right out the chamber. So you can see Rick Hensey here. Switching over to those 18s. Does plant it in with a 5. Garrett's still on perfection until I say it out loud. Thanks, Garrett. Now it looks silly. Did have a chance to do a little interview with Garrett. It's so funny. He's such a nice and sociable person. He's like, I hate doing interviews. I'm like, but you like talking to me? He's like, that's unrelated. But did get an interview with him that you guys will be seeing tomorrow. So excited for that one. Now, I know we have an enticing affair here. We're in no hurry to stop watching this one, right? But we do actually have a good match lined up immediately after this queued up. We got Kindy Hess versus Abby Spot in the Queen Seat match. So we have a good one lined up right after. So that'll be great to see the ladies play in the stream. We did see them in the very first round. Now, a lot of you are like, why aren't you going to give Garrett credit for that white horse? Oh, he already got a 9 mark call from me. No, I'm just kidding. Great shot there. We're seeing some amazing darts from Garrett. He's feeling it right now. He is feeling it. Pops a double 15 there. Garrett going down to a 7.25 after what was a solid round there. If you're going down and you're down as in a 7.25, I think you're feeling good. He did shave the facial hair. He said he's participating in the No Shave November, so he went ahead and shaved everything right before it and is now letting it grow back out in full. So, and compared to Waymo, got his hairline in order there, so he is doing good in that regard. Garikowski finds the double bull, averaging a 7.15, putting on a clinical of a first leg here. All right, the juggernaut Rick Hinsey coming up now. There's a lax first leg from him, and he's going to be quick to snap back into form, finding a 120 there. I almost said 180, excuse me. Been watching a lot of 01 lately. Finding perfection, opening way different than his last go here. Now, this has been a common recurrence in talk that we've all had since we've started seeing him on the scene, but we're really starting to see potential dart dynasty, right? With the Hensies, you're seeing Rick obviously been making waves for a while now in the scene, but Tyler Hensey's been on a tear, top 4 in the CSC this season for Division 2, and has been just putting up some great numbers. And look at that, back-to-back 9 marks there from the juggernaut. Boom goes the Minnesotan. Oh, but Garrett not far behind. Finds back-to-back 7 marks. This is some good stuff. Good stuff indeed. Garrett doing a little eyebrow raise. Believe that was to the people sitting behind. It looks like they're looking up at the camera, but there is because the bowling alley, there is that rail section over there. 6 mark there from Hensey. Brings it down to an 8, and 8-0 plays a 7-0. These guys are putting on a show. Look at this, boys. Garrett just needs to pound in some 16s. Unlucky second dart there. Deciding, yep, looks like he's going to go way over and try to force the shot rather than going to the 15s. Yep, and he does find it. These guys are playing top-notch games right now. Good shot from the bullet. Needs this last one to connect. Finds 7 there. Creeping back in this with a backdoor opportunity if Rick allows it. Does finally regain that point lead, but 7-0, 6-7-5. This is amazing stuff. Rick, of course, finds the first trip. And then it hits the 15 last. Great 6 mark there. 6-8 versus 6-7-5. This might just be one of those who's going first type matches. Of course, Rick Hensey did have a real not strong first leg there, right? But what shows you is the tenacity of what I do consider, and I do consider these guys true blood pros, right? Oh, there we go. Looks like it was in the double, just backing it up and double checking with Rick there real quick. But yeah, I do consider these guys real pros by every sense of the word. And I can tell you that shows the tenacity and the mentality you must have when you're having a bad leg, as we do see a 3 in the black there from Garrett. So that way he keeps his 6 average in line. It's about how quick you can bounce back from adversity and from these tough moments. And Rick has snapped right back into reality. Oops, there goes gravity. It finds a 7 there. 6-8-3, 6-6. These guys are just playing. We're seeing some great darts. This is literally today, all tonight, and we have quite a bit left tonight. Don't you worry about it. And then all tomorrow, it's going to be non-stop great action here on Eagle Eye Sports. Garrett finding 5 now on the Bulls. That was what he needed to get that point lead back. And I bet you Rick said nice shot. I was thinking, man, this guy's making me work. Might just go right to the Bulls now. Does do it. Needs to connect on the last. Doesn't want to leave a game shot. Finds it. Rick The juggernaut Hinsey. Mike Scarborough in the chat. Fun fact, taught these guys how to play darts. This says Will the Goat Stewart in the chat here. We're giving us a full look to the camera there. Well, Garrett went 6 bulls and then 5 bulls, and of course finds the double on the diddle. This is a tiebreaker leg for these gentlemen here. This is some good stuff. Excited to see how this one plays out. You can see they both had a laugh, and Rick said, "Don't do that again." It's probably what he said. Oh, Garrett. Let's see what he's able to do. 7 mark open. That is the first time in this match that someone has not opened with a 9 mark. We did see the trip 20, trip 20, trip 19 open, and then we saw a bet on the 20s as well. 6 mark there from Hinsey. Garrett just goes ahead and gets rid of those 19s. Finds the 20s again. How about another 9 mark there? Getting the 18s on the last. The bullet fires another. What a match. Seven right back from Hinsey, but Garrett in firm control at the moment. 2 house advantage. If he pops those 17s and gets another house up, it's going to be looking hard. But as these guys have shown, they're always in it until that game is over. And this applies to any player, but especially these guys in this form right now. Anyone's in it at any point. This is incredible. 5 mark there from Garrett Rakowski. Hinsey needs to get as many 16s as possible here. Oh, and you can see it, that big look up there, because he knows at minimum, really, I mean, he needed 5, right? He can, 4 mark does get the point lead, but not by enough, not by a substantial amount. Finds a trip on the last, has 1 point advantage, but he knew how important it was to keep up this pace. This pro event really is putting the pro in pro. Oh, over to the 15s and finds another just for good measure there. And of course, regaining that point lead. Garrett Rakowski doing a little dance at the board there. Of course, with it being a bowling alley, there is certain parts where you can't actually exit to the right side like you normally would, because there is actually like a little ball catch machine right there for the bowling lane. Hat trick there from Rick Hinsey. Brings him down to a measly 5-0. As Garrett shoots a 7-0. This is the most insane best of 3 I've seen in a long time. Rick had a lax first leg, but after that, I mean, him and Garrett have just been playing flawless and expert level darts. Garrett finding the double on the last. 6-2 versus a 5-0. You can see Garrett just kind of had a smirk on it there too, because he's like, oh man, that was a good one there if I've ever done it. They're just kind of having a laugh. These guys are class acts and having some fun with it, as that will do it for that match. And well, it's probably one of the fastest best of 3s you'll ever see, with how many darts are thrown and how great they are on the dartboard here. What a showing from these guys. Good stuff indeed. Well, coming up now, don't go anywhere, because I'm not going anywhere, so you're not allowed to either. We got the Kindy Hess versus Abby Scott Abagnale, whatever her name is. I'm just kidding. Going on for the queen seat. So we have another great match lined up immediately after. But guys, that was incredible, right? The numbers shot up dramatically for the viewers in the stream just because of how great they were playing. That was incredible stuff. Put on a clinical, Garrett Rakowski did. You can see him walking around there. Just, you have to feel the adrenaline from a moment like that. I mean, that's something crazy. So, gonna have to figure out where Abby Scott is. Probably ran around and got distracted at the volleyball court here. So, excited to bring you coverage. Be back in just a moment. Of course, I am Nick DiChiria bringing you coverage of this one. Will Stewart over in Kansas doing whatever he does, and excited to be out here. Of course, jokes aside, it's been a lot of fun, everybody. Be back in just a moment here with the ladies' queen seat.
let's get started. First, let's talk about the dartboard and what all this means. So let's take a closer look at the dartboard. This kind of board is called a sisal board, used with steel-tipped darts. Usually it's referred to as a steel-tip board. There are other types of boards, like electronic, also called plastic tip or soft tip, and these used soft or a plastic tip on the dart. But for this demonstration, we're going to use the steel-tip board. On the dartboard, there are 20 numbers, and they correlate with each of these 20 segments. For example, let's say you throw a dart and it lands here. This segment is worth 20 points, also known as a single 20. If your dart landed here, it would also be worth 20 points. The same rule applies for all of these large segments. If your dart goes into any of them, it's worth a single of that number. Now let's say your dart goes into this smaller segment here. This is called the double ring, and any dart that lands in this outside ring is worth double that number. Now if your dart goes here, this is called the triple ring. Similar to the double ring, if your dart lands here, it will be worth triple the points of that segment. Finally, if you hit the center of the board, or the bullseye, it has a numerical points value too. The green or outer bowl is called a single, and it's worth 25 points. The inner or red bowl, commonly called a double bowl, is worth 50 points. Any dart that goes outside the double ring is outside the scoring area and counts as no score. Now, some of you may feel intimidated by the math here, but really, as you play more and more games, the repetition will help you memorize these segments until they are all as easy as a single 20, I promise.
Here we go, folks. Sorry about that. Had to get those ladies underway here. As taking a bit to get going, but looks like the warm-ups were paying off there for Abby's spot. Kindy Hess is going to be our match here. Abby's spot starting off with a 7. Kindy did have a little bit of a lax start, but this is for the queen seat, guys. So this is a good part of the bracket to be in if you're either one of them. It was already a tough field of females. Oh, it doesn't connect on the last there. Now, I don't know if Kindy knows. Abby does know because I tracked her down. I said, "Hey, you guys ready to get going here?" And then I had them do a call to get Kindy over to the board, right? But it doesn't really say it's a streaming board anywhere, so it's pretty undercover for a lot of these people. And so it's kind of like that little oh wait, that's the stream. I'm on the stream right now, and I'm like, yeah, right now. So normally it adds a little bit of pressure, but considering there's all the cameras we have kind of hidden and behind the players for this one, giving a more unique view of their throws, makes it interesting, right? Because you don't really have as much of that stream board pressure, especially because it's right in the middle. Eric, unfortunately, I can't move the board cam up any further just because of the way this set up. We're actually going the angle's kind of straight on, and I'm actually using cameras that we have mounted to the walls here, and it's literally touching the ceiling tile. So unfortunately, with some of the guys' matches, you can see their head kind of poking over. But this is actually my first time doing an in-person tournament by myself here, and of course on the big stage on USA Darts and on Eagle Eye Sports, right? So definitely been a learning experience. So of course I appreciate everyone that's been having patience with me here, getting everything going. I know I'm no Will Stewart, but certainly try to bring you a show. Of course, if you guys like the stream, my name is Nick DiChiria, and if you don't, my name is Sean Green. Scott does find the 16s there. Oh, Scott. She hates it when I call her name wrong. And it's funny because she came up to me at NDA Vegas, right? And she said, "Can you make sure to not say my name wrong?" And I had never, ever said her name wrong. She was confused me with someone else. Um, and so she was confusing me with like Will or Sean or somebody else said her name wrong on a live stream. But ever since she said that to me, I've taken it as a personal vendetta to go out of my way to say Scott instead of Spot. So sorry, Abby. Nothing but love. Abby has a massive field advantage, does have a lax turn there. Kendi's going to have the pressure on her. She does have some numbers, some points up here, right? But with how many numbers you're behind, you need to load up a significant advantage and then try to pop a close, right? Chip away. Like there, she got the first start triple. Take 2 single 20s after that. Get that 20s out of the way. Continue to advance your point lead. Force Abby to have to hit a 6 mark to get back in it. But with her having 5 numbers up and a mark on the bulls, it's very scary. Huge last start there, continuing to add to that point advantage. It is Cricket 200, so 200 max advantage, right? So now that she's there, depending on the board state when she comes back, just needs to consider popping. You can see Abby, she's just chugging along here, right? Finds the bulls and then goes over to the 18s. So yeah, again, you get that trip 20 or whatever it is, and then go on from there. Let's see what Abby does here. I mean, with the 5, really 6 houses if you count the bulls as well. I mean, pound 620s. She could pop the 18s there and would have had free reign to do so, but doing that really takes pressure off her. Again, doesn't quite seal it away just because of how consistent Kendi has been on the 18s, but it definitely helps her out quite a lot. I'll tell you what. Just a reminder, everybody, tomorrow, all of our coverage, Eagle Eye Sports on YouTube and Facebook. So if you haven't followed already, give it a follow now. This is not a asking. This is a demand. This is a threat. Honestly, this is a threat. This might remove the copyright or the monetization for this, but I'm telling you guys, you have to follow Eagle Eye Sports. Of course, that is our new platform. You're going to see lots of coverage. You're going to see Dart Tournament tomorrow on USA Darts. You're going to see it on here on Eagle Eye. You're going to see Dart Tournaments consistently because we want to be able to do more events than ever. We don't want to ever say no to an event again. And that doesn't just mean darts. That means any type of event here. So excited to be taking part of this big transition for us. Single 18 for game number 1. Abby Scott does it there. Goes up 1-0, just best of 3. It's best 3 in all 3 of the divisions. So it's do or die for Kendi. She wants to get the queen seat. You can see Abby having a laugh. It looks like her and Kendi having a laugh about it there. But yeah, Kendi to start us off. Big moment here for Kendi. Honestly, with how well she was in the 18s, I wouldn't have been shocked if she started there. I think after the first, she did switch over there. She was just hitting them so consistently and so well. Yeah, but just there, finding a nothing sandwich to start off. Abby last time started with a 7. She did the same route, starting on the 19s last time. I honestly, she does have comfort on the bottom of the board, so I don't like hate it by any means. But you had an open shot at the 20s there. I think you take it, right? You take it. You take the higher grounds. But if you feel that much more comfortable and confident on the bottom of the board, I mean, there's one thing about Abby in this match in particular. She is confident. Yeah, she's just going to chug along on the 17s and then switch up to the 20s. Basically, what Abby's doing right now, she feels really confident that she has the power throw, right? She has the higher firepower, and so she's just going to be aggressive, go around, close up the board, play thermonuclear. And that's the mentality. That's why the last game you saw, she closed a bunch of numbers and then just had to win a 1-point battle instead of trying to get roped into multiple. And she's just trying to take advantage. Kendi has obviously played extremely well to get to this point, right? I can't stress that enough. This is a talented field, guys. So right now she's having an off match, right? She's not happy with the performance, maybe the pressure of the queen seat, whatever it may be. I get it. But she obviously played great to get here, and she has the game. And so that's why Abby's playing wide. She's going for a bunch of numbers. She's just trying to make the pressure feel that much more monumental. And take advantage of the situation, because as soon as Kendi snaps out of it, it can be a completely different match. So you can mark in the 17s. Wouldn't be surprised if Abby, Abby goes right at him. Now it's kind of getting caught up in it. When one person starts struggling, you see oftentimes both end up struggling. Decides to go up with the 20s and last does not connect here. Kendi started off with a bye, then beat Lisa Soto and DD, and then went on to beat Kristen, is now over here against Abby. Abby's run had to beat Jade Warzala, youth player, and then Heather, Aaron, and Casey to get to this point. Abby just going down to the 17s, finally picking them up. And then it hits the trip on the last. So Skylar asking, is this an open event? So all the events here, I mean, very similar in the sense of bullshooter, where there's a pro list and a non-pro. You're the pro or you're not. And so there's a women's, a non-pro men's, and a pro men's. So very similar to how a bullshooter event works. There's also an in-house pro list as well, though, for this. But unlike bullshooter, there's 13 different events. Right now, they're just starting a luck of a draw if you count that one as well. But you also have the 3 singles going on tomorrow. You start off with singles in the morning for 0-1 singles. And you also got pro doubles cricket in the afternoon, pro am and a singles 501 for the men non-pro, and then women's doubles 0-1. And then in the evening, you got the men's and women's team events. And then Sunday, you got a mixed doubles and a mixed trips. So good variety of events. And that's why I appreciate, and I've talked about this going to other events, is the best thing, especially maybe just because I'm talking about darts the whole day, so I feel it more, but having good variety of games and formats is huge. So to be able to switch from a doubles to a singles to cricket to 0-1 to team, there's just so much good stuff. It makes you feel like you're really getting your money's worth as a player, because you get to play in so many different things and make so many different experiences happen. And this is why it's a player favorite event. Abby not finding the 16s at the moment. Sorry, guys, I got infiltrated by a special guest here on the mic joining me, Travis Wilkinson. How's it going, Travis?
Really good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Excited to have you here. Excited to be here, right? I mean, we're watching the women's queen seat match, and you can see Abby Spots putting on a clinical at the moment. Now, you've been working with, you work with D&D Amusements, correct?
I do.
So how long have you been working with them?
About 8 years now.
Okay, so you've been working for about 8 years, and so that means a part of this is helping set up for events like this and other events across Wisconsin. I mean, well, what goes into setting up something like this, right, and organizing all that?
It's just a lot of little things that come together, like setting up the boards, going through, making sure the settings are correct. We had a problem with the hooking up to the TVs, but
Yes, we did.
that's usually what we do.
Yeah.
Running internet lines.
You can see Eric and Zach saying hi, Travis. So, you got your fans going on. They don't care about this Nick guy. They're like, who's this Travis? The sultry tones.
Oh, they're really good fans.
Well, Abby is just a single 20 away from taking it, assuming Kendi does not point it up. And it's very unfortunate. She did struggle quite a lot in this queen seat, but can't stress enough. This is a queen seat match. She played well to get here, and there's a good chance that she'll be able to get back. Abby looking likely to take the queen seat, though.
And Abby does play a different game that people aren't used to because she will close before trying to get points.
Yep.
And I had a lot of people actually question, like, why is she doing that? And I mean, it's a really good strategy because she hits it.
Whatever you hit best is always going to be the best strategy, right?
Exactly.
I mean, we've talked about it as well, but that's actually that as Abby does take it there. So congratulations to your queen seat holder, Abby Scott.
Yeah.
But we talk about Tony Payne actually was the one to write that thermonuclear article. So thermonuclear cricket, you can still look it up to this day, and that's the philosophy that she follows, and it works really well, especially in these women's events for her.
Right, and a lot of people kind of get intimidated by it, so it's a really good reason why it would work.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly do. Now, let me ask you this, because you're currently playing in the pro event, right?
No, I think I'm in the non-pro.
You're in the non-pro event?
Yeah.
That's kind of messed up if you are. So, I mean, but how's your run been going for you? I mean, have you been having fun playing out there? Now that you've already done the hard work of setting up, now you get to relax and throw. So how's that been going?
No, it's been awesome. Honestly, I've just been talking to a lot of people and having fun. And then I have to go throw and then come back and talk to more people.
Is it valid for me? I tell people, I'm like, this is a tournament for the players. That's really what it is, right? Like, yeah, every tournament's designed around the players, but in particular, like, seems like a player favorite. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. A lot of players from a lot of different eras come here, and like you only see them like once a year, so it's like you get to see them again, and you get to talk to them and have fun with them. And I don't know. I look more forward to like seeing everybody.
Absolutely.
Than actually shooting. I love shooting, but I love seeing everybody.
Yeah, I mean, and everyone's so nice here, except Matt Bella. No, everyone's so nice.
Yeah.
So nice.
I don't like Matt Bella.
No.
He's a good guy. I like Matt Bella.
I came up to Matt, and he was like, why didn't you stream my next match? My streamed board, I couldn't hit anything, and I shot a 2.
He literally just told me that before I came in.
Yeah, he's still mad about it. I said, well, would you have shot in 7s like Garrett and Rick did? And he's like, yeah, maybe not.
I was sitting there right next to him watching that match. I'm like, and I'm trying to throw. I'm like, I don't even know why I'm standing here right now.
There's so many talented players in this room. I mean, this is a tough room.
Yeah, and then Benny Durst not even throwing in the tournament. He's playing against people randomly on the floor, and he's like hitting 7s. I was like, oh my god.
It's nice to see players like Benny back in the mix and stuff like that. Coming out more. He was here last year as well.
Yeah.
The only one of the big names missing that we had last year, Chris Lim, came all the way out here.
He did. And then I think Jeremy from Booyah kind of like, I think he was teams with them or something.
Yeah, they were teamed up. The highlight match was Jeremy Byrne, Chris Lim versus Rick Hinsey, Tyler Hinsey. Yep.
That was fun. Chris is always a good time.
Conrad, next time you block the whole video feed, I'll let you know he accidentally stood in front of the player camera, so I had like moving up just a little bit. Oh man, yeah, we're having some fun out here. Absolutely. For sure. And everyone's having a good time. And the one thing I really want to drill home here is in Wisconsin, they play the best music on the jukebox. I've been rocking out in here. I've been having a great time. So, but yeah, it's super fun. Excited to continue bringing you guys coverage. We're gonna have more coming up next year. Probably going back over to that men's pro bracket. So. Take a quick look over here. We'll get Travis rehydrated here. Get him some water. No,
wait. What's that supposed to mean?
No, it's not supposed to mean anything. You're doing great. But Travis Wilkinson joining me in the booth there for a minute. Thanks for joining, and thank you all for watching. Of course, we're live. Eagle Eye Sports, USA Darts, and Doug's Sports Pub page. I am Nick DiChiria, bringing you the action here live. We'll be back with our next match in just a moment, folks.
darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're A2ZDarts.com, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com. Ooh, Leonard Gates. But we're not gonna get the 6 dart out. Just immediately lost my confidence. We'll see. Ooh. All right, we'll finish this up and then we'll move on to steel tip. Right in the bottom corner. Oh, God.
Well, I hope you didn't go far, everybody. Nick DiChiria here in the booth as we're excited to cover top 4 of the non-pro side of the bracket.
Look at this.
And we get a 9 mark open from Jamie, and you can hear some sultry tones next to me.
Boom!
Who are you? Who is this?
This right here is Richard Robert.
Oh, Ricky Barbie.
Ricky. That's right, Ricky Barbie.
Well, hey, you told me that earlier. No.
Oh, nice answer.
Yeah, Travis.
Come on.
Great. I had to track him down. He commentated the last game and then got distracted signing autographs because of his newfound fame.
He ran out of Sharpies. Last I checked, I tried to get one.
You tried to get one?
Yeah.
Now, Ricky, you're a
Yes,
huge
sir.
like promoter of darts in general on Facebook. I mean, you're always sharing different tournaments. You're always in the chats. Why do you love darts so much? Can we start there?
We can. Look at those 2 tough misses. No, we can. The thing I love about darts is the mental, the part of it, the focus, the concentration, and the muscle memory to repeat the same motions. Oh. And it's like to me, it's sports for an old guy who can't play real sports anymore. Because
Well,
I
take
used
the
to
real
play
sports
them all.
comment seriously. Darts is real deal. It's a real deal game for sure.
Keep that shoulder loose and big 20 to start. Does he go back? Yep. Trip 19. Ooh.
Yeah, huge shot there. Jamie finding 9, throwing a 7 to the 5-5
Hey,
for Travis.
Jada.
Yeah, thank you all for tuning in, giving us love and support here. We're live over on USA Darts, Eagle Eye Sports, and Doug's Sports Pub today.
Oh, I played with Travis last week. Kid's phenomenal, man. But how do you fight back from that? That's tough. Oh.
I mean, here's the thing. It's a best of 3. It's game number 1. You have to have that never say die mentality. But, I mean, Jamie's throwing the book, the textbook, and then the spine of the book, the print of the book, the printer for the book.
Uh-huh.
Everything else at him. Of course, we have
Single
seen a lot of
17.
7s today, right? We've seen some great shots on the board. We saw Garrett Kakowski, Mickey Mouse. No, that's Phil Glomsky I'm thinking of. We have Garrett
Phil
Rakowski
Glomsky.
earlier. Yeah.
Phil Glomsky. Hey, there's Holly in the building. Thanks, Holly. You did great. Again.
Yeah, lots of great people out here. Lots of friendly environment for sure.
It's unbelievable the vibe at a tournament like this when you got community of people who just are dart lovers. Lost to Derek Krause. Oh, thanks, Jada. Lost to Derek Krause in 3, and that guy is a class act.
You can see
Won it.
Jamie's trying to tie it up right now. Get this out of the way. Finds it.
With a 6.8. That's pretty good.
Yeah, Cop's the first one. 6.8. Yeah, I mean that's a great winning average there. Now, Ricky.
Yes,
right?
sir.
What's your expectations for tomorrow's events for your guys? I assume you're playing in them. Are you expecting to do well?
I am a current free agent tomorrow.
You're a free agent.
Free agent. I'm on the market.
Well, there you go. If you guys see Ricky Bobby on the Darts Tinder, swipe right.
Darts Tinder. Is that a thing?
No.
Oh.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't been invited. That's for sure.
Words with friends and other stuff.
4 mark open for Travis there.
Tough.
Travis Batty not finding the open he wanted. Let's see what Jamie Kopp's able to do with this opportunity. He threw fire the last leg. He just needs to keep up that momentum and try to break the throw. He wants it done in 2.
Little flight action. Push that last dart right through those. When they're right there, you just got to push it right through. Trust the darts.
Thank you, everyone in the chat here. Kevin Schmitz in the chat saying that will be a thing now. Let's hope not. And then Darts Tinder comment from Jada. And then, of course, we have our Native American friend on YouTube as well. Thank you guys for all tuning in here.
Girl, you better chill out, Jada. Swipe right. Shout out to Nicole at home taking care of the kids so I can be out here tonight. Nikki, Bobby, love you, babe.
Now, how many years have you been going to this tournament?
Just 1. I'm a rookie.
Oh, you're a rookie.
I'm a rookie.
First year.
I'm a southern part of Wisconsin state player. I don't like to venture to these Northwoods because these are some dart players up here.
I mean, there's no one's messing around over here. It's all top tier talent on the game.
I don't know how many times I heard tonight that I shot a 5 both games and lost. It's legit. You have to throw 5s or better to win in this format and this talent.
Absolutely. You see, Scuba Steve Diker in the chat here. Scuba Steve, he's actually watching from the casting couch back at his place or by the dart room or somewhere. Or he's right behind me. I think he's right behind me.
Oh, Scuba Steve.
Scuba Steve. You know Scuba Steve was the first
nice shot. That is a big kill.
Big shot. Scuba Steve's the first person to ever send me fan mail.
Is that right?
That's a true story. He sent me a shirt.
What a fella.
What a fella indeed. Always tries to take autographs with me and everything.
16. Oh, he's got to stay there all day. Definitely stay there all day. Oh,
475 plays 475. This is definitely a little bit more balanced game. Travis honestly didn't play bad that last game. It just Jamie was playing top tier darts, right? So now Travis needs to capitalize.
Yikes. Why wasn't the first dart the 17? All right.
That's a great point. I think that was a bit too risky, especially having the higher grounds.
Yeah, Well, it's a free throw. It's a warm-up dart, then you go at the 16.
Exactly. 2 at the points or 2 at the close. You choose one of those routes, but you definitely should have thrown the first one at the point regardless of which route he was taking.
Sure looks like a nice jersey there. Is that my Flashpoint Designs jersey there, Scuba? Sure is.
Yeah, it looks like it there. Of course, a huge shout out to the vendors here and the sponsors of this Booyah Darts and Flight Faction as well out here with their booth. So if you guys are in the area or watching this and you're playing the tournament, come stop by, give them a hello. If you spend over $100 at the Booyah booth, you can actually comb Jeremy's mustache.
Say what now?
Yeah, that's true.
Say less. I'll be over there. All right. That's a big hole to climb now. So this will go 1-1.
Yeah, more than likely going 1-1. You're going to see Jamie here try to make a stand of the bulls. It's not over yet, but he's going to have to dig deep. And he is digging one more bull at least. Come on, get it in there.
Dig that up. I had a Had a very similar experience earlier. Saved my butt in that round, but nice shot.
Yeah, 5 bulls there. Huge moments.
Ooh, hello.
Travis is gonna keep
So
himself
that-
in, but he's gonna stay down. He's not gonna take the look here.
That's smart darts.
I watched
Period.
I watched Travis
Period.
earlier. He was playing. There was 4 people playing cricket there in the 4-man cricket, and they literally just pounded on 17s for 25 rounds. And Travis is feeling comfortable on them today.
Oh man, that's a hell of a
Another
first dart.
Needed 5 bulls there to get the lead again.
No, I don't like that play.
I think it was a little bit of a resignation there, knowing you can get the point lead. So Travis is going to get 3 bulls.
I agree.
Oh, Travis didn't find the first. He found the second. There's still no game shot. He can stay at it if he wants.
Another single,
Does
yeah.
stay it. So there we go. 2 bulls there found for Travie Patty.
T-Dub.
Oh, T-Dub?
I like calling him T-Dub now. That's my partner. We were partnered up last week at Doug's. Oh, right on the rim. Hello.
Could be a huge dart. Finds the single. Really wanted a double there.
You know? You never know.
Oh, absolutely. You had to have that never say die mentality. We saw it earlier with some of our other matches.
First. Ooh, that's itchy.
I like it. It was play conservative.
Game.
But now he left an outshot, right? That 1 point will make
Yeah,
that huge difference. Because you need another single. You need to hit a 4 mark on the numbers before going. So this could be huge. If Jamie hits a double on that first start, he's going to be able to take a swing at this. Let's see what he does here. Only finds a single. So, yeah, he kind of looked away there. Yeah, he's going to have to stay, right? He's going to try to afford himself a shot and try to dig a huge point lead. Another double? No, I don't like that switch there in particular.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I agree with you. You got to stay bull there. Oh.
Let's see. Needs a single at least. Minimum. Finds a trip there. Great last start.
349. Yeah, double bull. Giving game darts.
You have to try to make sure your opponent will never get an outshot when you're in the scenario like this. Jamie is going to try to hit if he can. Let's see. He finds 2 there. So can he get another point lead? Significant would be a double. Finds a double there.
My
Jamie
goodness,
Cobb
what a
hitting
shot.
the
What a
balls.
battle.
Yeah, great stuff. Let's see. Travis now again is kind of having a little bit of a shaky moment. Ties up the
Great
score.
first dart.
And pops
there it
it.
is.
1-1 here. So we're going to a last leg decider. Let us know who you're cheering for and where you're tuning in from in the chat. We're excited to be bringing you coverage of this one. So let us know. We're over here in Plover, Wisconsin. Where are you?
I am from Wisconsin.
We know.
Okay.
We know for sure.
No autograph. I mean,
Let's see. Can Travis beat the diddle here? Oh, yeah. I don't think he got it.
Ooh,
Don't
bounce
think he-
left. Bounce left, yeah.
Yeah, so here we go. Jamie Cobb to start us off.
Mr. Bill Homer. Oh, yeah. Great job, Nick.
Of course, if you guys are just tuning in, I am Nick DiChiria, joined by Ricky Bobby here.
Oh,
in the
where is
booth.
he? Hey, settle down, Justin. We're not going home. There's darts play here tomorrow. We can just stay here.
Take a nap in the volleyball court. That's what I would
Yes, sir.
do.
Yes, sir.
You build a nice little sandcastle. So here we go. Oh, Travis going wayward on that second dart.
That's-
Needs this. Finds it.
That second dart was itchy. Now you.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see.
Hey, man. This is true. What's up, Millie?
Let's see what goes on.
I would like and share if I could find my phone. Anybody sees my phone out there? Let me know.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and put a flyer up. I'm sure everybody in the YouTube chat right now is currently looking around their house trying to find Ricky Bobby's phone.
Appreciate it. Hey, Miguel. What's up, my friend?
Oh, Travis needs it on the last again. And yeah, that time caught the wrong direction. You can see the frustration there. And this is the honest to God truth. Travis came up to me this morning and he said, I slept on my arm wrong. And like, I feel it when I throw. I don't know what to do. And I said, what do you mean you slept on your arm wrong? So I told him, I was like, there's no way here. So he's going to have to regroup. And he has a great game to back it up.
This could get, trip 20. Well, he went for it. There's Jamie.
And
there's my Nicky Bobby. Hey, bud.
Yeah, a lot of people doing great in the chat here, watching along with us. Of course, we're excited to
like
be here
and
with you
share. Eagle Eye Sports.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, for sure, Justin. Yeah.
Travis does get again a 4 mark on the 18th.
I'll tell you what, that's big darts. Put a little pressure on him. See how he takes it. See how he handles.
Nate says, Ricky, buy me a beer. Are you going to buy him a beer?
Yep. Go give me one.
Just for reference, everybody, Ricky did just reach in his pocket as soon as I said that.
I'm so thirsty right now. I don't know how you talk this. Oh,
look at
boy.
That. Jamie Kopp finds the white horse there. Sorry about that. That was a dying cat.
Yep. It's gone now.
Dead and gone.
He's all three.
Yeah, Travis here. Gonna try to answer back. Can he answer back? Oh, fine 7. Does get the point lead back, but might be too little too late for Travie Patty.
T-Dub. T-Dub. Travie Patty.
And see the misses to Jamie in the chat here. Carol's watching along.
That's the right play.
Gets that point lead. Is now going to be looking down over there. Gets a single on the last. Let's just say, Ricky Bobby, you are embodying the spirit of the room right now. You are having fun, and no one's going to stop your stride. Is that right?
Uh-huh. Ooh, big darts. Come on, kid.
Fine 7 again, trying to fight back. And you can see Travis is shaking his head because he knows he had this game the whole time. He just wished it showed up earlier.
Yes, sir.
It's not over yet, though. Let's see what we got. Jamie first trip.
Does he just go kill the? Does he go trip 20, kill the 15?
If he hits a trip, I think you
trip
take
20, kill the 15.
I think you take the 2 mark, but he's going to stay because he knows that it's not the point lead. And now he takes the look. Doesn't connect.
Good look. That's a good look.
Oh, well-thrown dart for sure.
Hey, Brian, you cannot use language like that in the chat. You sit down.
It's okay, Brian. You're doing your
big first dart.
Oh, huge moments. Oh, trip 10. Almost there for
what
Travis.
do you think of that shot? He said nice.
Let's see what we can do now. It's getting a little dicier. Jamie's feeling the pressure, but of course he's been resilient throughout.
Ooh.
First low can mark it into the trip.
Big. There it is. Dub 15.
I see there in that situation, he stays because he knows that it's a little bit closer in
42,
range.
42. Good call. Good call.
Exactly. So he decided to stay on it there.
Yeah, I need a smoke break.
All right, Travis there finding another 6 mark. Those 15s have been his friend right now. He brought it up. He was in a 3-0 for the first half of this league, and now he's at a 5. He's brought it up and risen to the occasion.
We'll talk about it after the game, but I want to say big thank you to all. There it is, big darts. I want to say big thank you to all of the 3,000 plus members in the Wisconsin Darts Network. Appreciate y'all so much. And,
Yeah, no, it's cool because the Wisconsin dart scene. I mean, it is something else. It is a talented room. It is a great state,
Yikes.
and other than that terrible NFL team, I mean, it's pretty great.
That can't work.
Oh, good fallout there. Does fall into the 17s. Looking for the
Damn.
double. Doesn't connect the last on the double, but does find the single. No outshot available for Travis here. T-Dub's going to need to dig deep.
Oh, look at Nicole asking. What's it? Over. What the hell is that?
Well, here we go. Let's see what Jamie Kopp sealed away here. 2-1 going on. Jamie Kopp, one bull
Boom
to get into the
shakalaka.
king seat match.
Boom shakalaka. There it is.
All right, Jamie Kopp 2-1 here. Of course, Ricky Bobby calling that game beside me. Thank you for joining
424.
in.
That's my birthday. Watch. Hey, big things to come in April 2024. Watch out.
All right, you heard the man there. Of course, we'll be bringing you more coverage here in just a moment. Don't go far, folks. Nick DiChiria here at the Plover Tourney.
Thank
Be
you,
back
Nick.
in just a moment, guys.
Let's get started. First, let's talk about the dartboard and what all this means. So let's take a closer look at the dartboard. This kind of board is called a sisal board, used with steel-tipped darts. Usually it's referred to as a steel-tip board. There are other types of boards, like electronic, also called plastic tip or soft tip, and these used soft or a plastic tip on the dart. But for this demonstration, we're going to use the steel tip board. On the dartboard, there are 20 numbers, and they correlate with each of these 20 segments. For example, let's say you throw a dart and it lands here. This segment is worth 20 points, also known as a single 20. If your dart landed here, it would also be worth 20 points. The same rule applies for all of these large segments. If your dart goes into any of them, it's worth a single of that number. Now let's say your dart goes into this smaller segment here. This is called the double ring, and any dart that lands in this outside ring is worth double that number. Now if your dart goes here, this is called the triple ring. Similar to the double ring, if your dart lands here, it will be worth triple the points of that segment. Finally, if you hit the center of the board, or the bullseye, it has a numerical points value too. The green or outer bowl is called a single, and it's worth 25 points. The inner or red bowl, commonly called a double bowl, is worth 50 points. Any dart that goes outside the double ring is outside the scoring area and counts as no score. Now, some of you may feel intimidated by the math here, but really, as you play more and more games, the repetition will help you memorize these segments until they are all as easy as a single 20, I promise.
So you want to get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're A2ZDarts.com, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com.
Well, heidi ho, everyone. We're back and better than ever. Nick DiChiria here, joined by a different special guest that is significantly more sober. Thank you again, Ricky Bobby, for commentating. But oh my goodness, sorry everyone, I did not know the level of which he was at when I brought him in here. But instead, I'm joined by a uglier mug, Steve Diker. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Excited to have you here. This is going to be a good one. We got Rick Hinsey, Gary Bloom going at it. Skittles versus the Juggernaut.
Should be a great match. These both can throw some really good darts, so it should be a great match.
It's certainly the case. Now, Scuba, you've had been playing in this event already today and everything as well. How's your darts been going for you?
Today, they're up and down. Not the consistency I was looking for the start of this weekend, but I feel pretty good that tomorrow they'll be throwing pretty well.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's plenty of darts left. There's a lot of different events to play from. And one of the things we talked about earlier was the variety. It's nice to have so many different kinds of events. Do you agree?
Oh, definitely. It's a good change of pace for all the shooters. Not that they just get locked in on one type of event. I mean, cricket is the majority of the first half of the weekend, but then once you get into late Saturday night and a Sunday, then more 0-1 kicks in.
Well, here we go. You can see Rick Hinsey's a tall fellow, so you can kind of see him peeking into the camera a little bit there. But he had a great match against Gary Rakowski where they were both throwing lights out in the second and third leg. It was incredible. They were throwing 6s and 7s left and right like it was easy. Made me realize that I'm going to stick to being a darts commentator. So we're going to be curious to see how Rick will bounce back. And Gary, this is his first appearance on the stream this weekend.
Ooh, unlucky darts there. Just missing by the wire.
That has to be the huge difference in these pro events, right? I mean, Foremark Open's already kind of a light open in this level, but it's up to Rick now to really punish this and lay the hammer down.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he sticks that second triple there, and he went up 18.
Now, the fans have been asking me a question here, Scuba. Now they heard us at NDA together. They're hearing us here together. When are you taking Sean Green's job?
Yeah, that's probably not going to happen. I'm probably better at darts than commentating, and that's not even that good at darts. So.
Oh, please, you're pretty dang good at darts, I'd say. How long have you been playing?
I started shooting in late '96, early '97, around there. So
1 to 2 years before I was born.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
Hey, you look great.
Yeah, when I tell people I'm 48, most people kind of look at me like, "What?"
That seriously is surprising though. You don't look 48.
No, and I appreciate that.
This is true. I was at Kalamazoo, Michigan doing a bullshooter event 2 weekends ago, right? And I was playing with Lindsay Markham, which is actually, she's here playing. We played the mixed trips together because we finished the stream early. And I asked her, I was like, how old do you think I am, by the way? Just to see what she would say. And now I understand I'm not in the best of shape. I don't look the best. You know how old she guessed? She said I was 40 years old, and I was like, oh, that's when I realized time to hit the gym maybe a little bit for me. Hinsey's putting on a little bit of a clinical here.
Yeah, that was a big last round with trip, double bull. There's not much you can do.
Yeah, kind of breezed through the first one there.
6-0.
Skittles is now on the bar, needs to hit this game and win the last one as well. Back against the wall, let's see what he can do. So when you go against somebody, right, you go against the Henseys of the world or these other top shots, and they take a dominant first leg like that in the 6s, how do you shake that off if you're going against something like that?
I always look at it as, a baseball thing. When a pitcher gives up a home run, he's got to come right back and settle right back down. Just keep digging and throw some big darts. And
oh, certainly. Well, it's going to need some big darts. I mean, that was a 9 there from the Juggernaut.
Yeah, that's still can't. He's right in us. He can still hit some good darts and get right back in it.
Oh, that's a troublesome second dart, though. Sneaks it in and does get that 1 point advantage, but Hinsey now in control. And then here we go, continuing on with this, finding perfection. And there we go, back-to-back 9 marks for the Juggernaut. Sorry about that. Scuba has a lot of fans at our door right now. We are literally in the pro shop, in a bowling pro shop at the front door. So everyone's walking by. We're in a windowed room.
Yeah, you might want to see if you can get these windows tinted or blankets or something put up here.
Yeah, maybe. All right, let's see if you got more in you, Hinsey. We're expecting it. We want to see it.
Yeah, why miss now?
Oh, there we go. Come on. There we go. Come on. Oh, and that's you can see the reaction. Oh, my goodness.
I am not mad. I'm just disappointed. I don't know. How do you miss a bowl like that?
Tyler Hinsey would have hit it.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Tyler would have threw to one bowl and probably got the hat trick out of it.
Well, here we go. 3 bowls away for Rick Hinsey to play a near perfect game. Only 1 missed dart after 9. And there we go. Rick Hinsey, 7-0. And
7-0.
That was dirty. That was disgusting. I'm throwing up at my mouth.
Yeah. That's some great darts right there.
Yeah, it certainly is some great darts. I mean, that is what you expect to see in this pro level event, and unfortunately, you see that Bloom was on the receiving end. So congrats to Rick Hinsey. He will be moving on. And sorry for everyone that was waiting for a match to come up here, as that was a blink and you miss it moment. But we're not going to have long waits. Rick Hinsey will move on to play Scotty Miller, a gentleman that I got to meet at COC. He was an old school guy that's kind of getting back into it. Is that right?
Yeah, I actually shot league with Scotty Miller. That was back in 2007. Shot league with Scotty, Scott Kirshner, Lane Helgerson, Steve Ulry. Had a pretty good team back then. I was fortunate enough to be able to play on it. And Scotty Miller moved away from Wisconsin, and I haven't seen him in a while, but he's making a comeback and shooting very well.
Yeah, he certainly is. He got second with Mike Scarborough out there in the men's elite finale over at the Tournament Champions.
Yeah, he's a very good shot. That was a surprise. I mean, both teams were good. Momentum just hung with John Pilgrim and Matthew Bella. I mean, them guys, they shot fire, and it just kept going. That was a great match.
Oh, out there was great, and that we just saw great. We were seeing so many great matches here in Plover. I mean, this is seriously such a star-studded room, and it's funny because when you ask, it's only the players that are in the know that know about this tournament. Yet you see so much top-level talent. Mike said it best right there. He said, that was just awesome to watch. Thank you, Rick Hinsey. That's who deserves to thank. That was an excellent performance, a clinical that he put on. Well, folks, looks like we're going to have just a moment here. Basically, the next match available, I think we're actually going to get the King Seat match here coming up next for the pro or the non-pro. But we're going to get both King Seat matches regardless. So, of course, Scuba Steve Diker joining me in the booth here. And no offense, Ricky Bobby's fired, you're hired. All right, guys, we won't be back. We won't be far gone, as we're going to be right back to the action here in just a second. Last match just finished up there, and we're going to be having the next one in just a moment, seeing what's getting called up next. So I'll go ahead and track down that tournament director, get everything going, and then we're going to be covering the conclusion, the twilight hours of the evening here for the Plover Doug's Sports Pub Darts Championship. Be right back, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Nick DiChiria, Scuba Steve Diker in the booth. Well, I hope you guys didn't go far. It is time for the Pro King Seat match here. This is going to be a good one. Garrett the Bullet Rakowski and Eric Bobzine on the board, continuing his run. Of course, I'm Nick DiChiria, joined by Scuba Steve Diker in the booth here. Excited to be bringing coverage of this. Ooh, that was a lucky first start there, or last start there.
Yeah, probably not the start Garrett's looking for. I'll see if Eric can capitalize on this. Good darts.
Yeah, 6 mark there. Solid opening and way to punish that. Kick is asking, did Abby Spot win? She is currently still sitting in the queen seat. The third place match is underway. So after this, guys, after this king seat match for the pro, we're going to cut over to the women's finals. They're going to hold that, and so that way we get a full look at that match and give the ladies time in the limelight once again. And then after that, we're going to have the non-pro king seat. So back to back to back big matches here going on. Now, Scuba, would you say that there's a lot of pride in this tournament because of the fact that it's so historic? It's been around since the 80s. I mean, do you feel like money's one thing, right? But to win and get the plaque and say you won at Plover, does that mean something here?
Oh, definitely. I mean, this is one tournament I've been to, I don't know how many times, many times, whether it's been in this location, 2 of the other locations, and I've never won. So to win something like this is very, very big, especially Wisconsin. We got so many good shooters here.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about Whammo. Winning a D1 and Whammo is basically like winning a national title, it feels.
Yeah, because you can go to Las Vegas, you can go to Chicago, and it's like playing the same competition. We get a day in, day out here. Not saying the competition isn't out there, but it's definitely tough here.
No one's going to ever argue about Wisconsin being in the top 3 for dart states. Now, the rest of the states, you can switch out the other 2, right? But Wisconsin's always going to be a top 3 dart state contender, simply just purely off their talent. I mean, you can look at other states. You can look at Missouri with Jules, right? You can look at Texas with Leonard. You can look at Florida with Chrissy Grimmel. You can look at these other states, but Wisconsin consistently is always going to have some of the best shots in the nation. They have the healthiest and largest dart population.
Oh yeah, definitely. Huge round there. I can't remember who on the live stream last time they asked me how I even, stand up to some of the shooters in Wisconsin. I can't put a number by myself, and I would just say I'm happy to be within the top 100 because there's so many good shooters.
I mean, you've had quite some accomplishments in your dart career. I mean, you played for Team USA, and you've you've been playing since the 90s. Is that right?
Yep. Yeah. Late 90s, 96, 97, right around there. Like before I said, I got to shoot some really good shooters, Kirshner, Ulrich, Lane Helgerson, Scotty Miller. There's so many good shooters I've got the pleasure of shooting with.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even acknowledge it like enough. Is the only reason I feel like I even know anything about dart strategy, and of course I've gotten a chance to see plenty of great shooters now and commentate them, right? But the having coaches like my father and having coaches like Kenny Doyle and Chrissy Grimmel getting into the game was magnificent, and having so much talented shots around me made me understand the game better. And that has to apply to every Wisconsinite, right? You're always going to have a tough shot in the room.
Oh, for sure. And the not saying the youth, but the younger shooters that are now shooting. I mean, the Garrett Rakowski's. God, mine is going blank right now. There's so many that are just up and comers that are just so great right now.
Oh, look at that. You can see a fist pump because that was a huge moment. I mean, Garrett was kind of out of this leg, if we're being honest, considering Eric was in control the whole time. And then he gives him a little slap on the face there. He says, "Wake up. Here you go. This is real." And that's a huge moment.
Yeah, that was a swing. I saw the last round, and Garrett had a good round there, got the big point lead, and just came back and took control.
Bobzine does find 4 there. Does Bobzine have like a dart nickname? Because he's always like casual. He's always wearing a t-shirt. He's usually undercover.
I'm not real sure on that. He's from around the Janesville area. I'm northern Wisconsin. I know him well. I've shot against him down at state a few times, but Whether it's a nickname or not, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. Oh, look at this. Single 16 still will get it. Yeah, he punishes there. That was a huge shot. Eric Bobson coming back in after Garrett kind of tried to sweep it away. They're going up 1-0. This is important, right? It's best of 3. You don't get a lot of time to figure it out. And not that these guys need figuring out. It was a 4-8 and a 5-0, but I mean, it's huge moments. Huge moments indeed. And Garrett's going to need to start off right. He had a lax start in the last go. He's going to need to hit big.
Yeah, Garrett knowing that he had a slow start and then to come back and be that close to winning that leg, he's definitely going to want to have that turned around and shoot some better darts to start.
His nickname is Stud. All right.
Hey, Ryan Olson, how you doing, bud?
The kid. We're hearing Stud. I'm deciding it's going to be Eric Bobsine the Builder. All right. Well, that's what I'm going for here. It's going to be one of those few dart players that have the nickname at the end.
Kick is for kids. I'm from Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Ryan says that's a joke. Who knows? It might stick. You never know. Half the nicknames that we've given on like the CSE and stuff have started off as jokes that stuck. Like Kitty Doyle. I said, "Are you okay with us calling you Sunshine State Santa?" And he's like, "I don't really got a choice anymore," and laughed it off.
Yeah, we got a good one here. Both throwing 5.5s.
Yeah, I mean, to get to the King Seat match in this bracket, I mean, it's disgustingly tough. So, of course, they're going to show their stuff here. Oh, look at this opportunity. He's going to need... Oh, yeah, he does take the look. I love the shot. Doesn't connect the last. I like that shot because Garrett he can home in on those 20s like better than almost anybody else, in my opinion.
Yeah, he almost got to slow Garrett down. You can't stop him. You just got to try to slow him down.
See, Garrett does get the 17s close, but since he didn't get that subsequent open, that was the best case scenario, in my opinion, for Bobsine.
Yeah, what does he need? At least a 7 mark here.
But it is an opportunity where otherwise with Garrett on those 20s, it's scary, but that isn't going to do it there. Not the rounds. He gambled on it, but unfortunately he didn't hit the shot he teed up there. So now Garrett can just pop that and go right to the 15s now. Good marker. You can stay on it. Goes low in the last. Well, Bobsine snuck in the last leg, or was in control last leg, and Garrett snuck it. Let's see if we can see the inverse now. This will help.
Big 9. 6-point lead.
Yeah, I mean, you still expect it's going to be at least a single 15 and then as many 16s as possible here.
Yeah, close a 15 first. And stays right there.
Needed that last there. You don't want to leave a game shot here. Either of these guys are capable of just going double-double at any point. See if he tries to, he's debating if he wants to stick it in or just pop the 16. Does decide to stay there. I like the shot personally of staying on the Bulls. Because Garrett here, he's probably going to go 1, 2, 3, but now if he doesn't and misses the last dart for whatever reason, we'll give the opportunity back to Bobsy now for game.
Yeah, I've been in that situation hundreds of times, and it really does make you think that, close that 16 and make them throw the Bulls, or close the Bulls and hope for it. Open round there, we can see what happens here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge, huge opportunity now, right? 3 Bulls needed in the single 16. If he gets a double Bull on the second dart here, it's basically guaranteed to go 2-0. Finds the double, just needs a big old single 16. Needs to take his time on this dart. Gets it. 2-0. I did not expect a 2-0 there.
No.
Not by any means. You can see handshake from these guys, and Garrett is going to be quick to just stay on that board there and really try to shake it off, let it go, and just kind of walk away. You can't let it frustrate you too much. And it's funny, right? I talked to Porky about this, Steve Hilger, and he told me he used to be one of those players that kind of struggled with taking a loss well, and that's something he's been actually working on in his game. And it's going to be a thing here. Can he just shake it off and say, hey, that was a rough one, let's take another go at it? Because he's absolutely a contender still. So we're going to see what happens here. Forgotten Name America says, I've noticed the commentators have the power of picking a person's nickname. It's unintentional. It's definitely not the power we expect to have. But yes, we absolutely do.
Yeah, and Forgotten Native American. I did see the comment earlier about asked my wife shot down a TOC, and yeah, well, she's my girlfriend, but yeah, she was down there. She shot the CDI event and a bunch of other events too.
Yeah, she's always super nice to see her when she's out playing at these events. She played with Mike Maloney in the CDI, is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's some good stuff. Well, guys, here's the deal. Here's what we got going on here. We're going to take a look at our bracket because I believe we're going to have the women's final here next. So we're going to take a look. It looks like the third place match is in that last leg here. Casey Bates, Kindy Hess going on. Kindy came in here after her Queen C performance where she was very disappointed with it. In that second game, she did throw under a 1, and she said, I am not going to let that happen again. I'm ready to pick it up. I want another shot at it. So we're going to see her and see what she's got for us. Abby Scott, Abigail, whatever her name is, sitting there waiting in the finals. So this is about to be the finals here. We're just waiting for the ladies to finish up, so it won't be long. Let's take a look around the room here and see what's going on. And we'll take a look at some of these other matches that we're seeing here. You can see there's still a very full room. There's a luck of the draw going on currently. So we're going to take a look here, leave it on these guys for a minute. Nick DiChiria and Scuba Steve Diker in the booth. We'll be back to the action in just a second here. Thank you all for tuning in. Of course, we're live, Eagle Eye Sports and USA Darts and Doug's Sports Pub. Be back to action in just a moment, folks. All right, folks, here we go. It's finals time. Nick DiChiria in the booth here. Scuba Steve Diker unfortunately did just get banned from 5-star lanes. I told him that you can't sneak beers in the commentary room, and here we are. Nah, I'm just kidding. He did great. Lovely having him. And, of course, we had Ricky Bobby. We had Travis Wilkinson. We had a couple people in the booth here. But it's not about the boys anymore. It's about the ladies. Casey Bates, our first match that we covered today when she played April Patterson, coming out looking strong, making a run. She's a relatively new player, all things considered, going up against a seasoned veteran, Abigail Spadinell, whatever her name is. And you can see Casey's looking strong at the moment here. I mean, she's got the 20s and 19s in her favor on this early start. And it's going to come down to, can the veteran shine through? She plays super aggressive. She goes through those thermonuclear style strategies, right? We see her jump to all these different numbers. That's Doug Berry shoots me a message. That's my prodigy, Casey Bates. So there you go. The prodigy, Miss Bates here. Let's see. That's a huge round there from Abby. Here's the thing, though. I don't think Casey, it's just from her demeanor and how she's been acting out there, the one thing that she hasn't shown is signs of pressure, which is when I'm looking at new players, that's what I look for. I look for the body language that says I'm nervy. I look for anything that says, hey, I'm not feeling comfortable. But she's been looking comfortable, and she's going to have to be, right? Abby's not going to make this easy for her. Getting a 3 mark there. Does mark up those 20s, but doesn't close them down. So that's a good spot for Casey. Just go right above it. And yep, she stacks it right up, uses a good marker dart, finding 5. And normally when you see a lower average versus a higher average, right? In the case Abby right now, I would say in this room probably has the highest on paper average. You would say, all right, play the shorter game, play aggressive. But because Abby normally plays such an aggressive style, getting her in a point battle might be advantageous here for Casey. We'll see. I'm also just got a notification. I'm not allowed to pronounce her name wrong anymore, or she will start getting on the mic, and we don't want that to happen. Abby, I love you. I'm so sorry. Oh, big close. Needs to stick this last. And finds 3. Great close there from Casey. Now, of course, Abby is holding that queen seat, so she would have to get double dipped. But it's just best of 3s. So shorter format. We'll see what they're able to do with it. Abby just trying to get those 17s going. Gets him close, but doesn't gain any advantage here. Last round we saw Casey took the immediate shot for the 3 singles. See if she does the same thing on the 17s here. First one didn't connect. Let's see how she adjusts. Goes right back to points. Want the close 2 at the points. Nothing wrong, and finds the trip 19. Put on a show, the prodigy is. Here we go with Abby. Oh, unlucky on the second. They're kind of crisscross. Is still able to make it work there. Good shot from the spot. Casey just needs a single to get that point lead here. You need to hit minimum 4 mark before you consider any moves. Yeah, that's a great switch. Finds the cover dart on the last 5 marks there. Forces Abby now to have to hit a 6 mark to get the point lead again. And we've seen her light up the board, hit 6s, 9s, whatever she needs when she needs it, right? But I don't think, considering how dominant Abby was in that queen seat match, that she, not that she's underestimating anybody, but she is going against a real tough opponent right now, and Abby's not playing her A game at the moment, and Casey is doing everything she needs to do to take control. Finds the 17 close there. And goes back to the 19s and finds those as well. She's heating up. Oh, Casey Bates finding something special at the moment. Oh, Abby needs another one. Finding 5. Good shot there from Spot. Casey's still in control. Can go right to the 16s if she wants. Connects the trip on the first over to the 15s for the Cobra combo. Good marker dart, can still sneak it into the side. She doesn't feel super comfortable with the layup there, or maybe dart felt funny in the hand. Doesn't connect on the last, but 3-8 right now for Bates. Oh, that's a great first start for Abby, right? She can just stack on top of that. When you're throwing those 15, 16s, you want it right in that bottom corner for the most part, because you can just build upon it, because if it goes high, you're blocked. So that's a perfect placement. Does find a good round at it, but I mean, 2 marks needed for Casey to have an advantage. She finds the first dart trip again. Jumps right to the bulls here. And then, yep, decides to fluff up with a little bit more points. 37-point difference now. If Abby hits a double on the first dart, I do think she should take a shot for at least closing the 20s here. Put the pressure back on Bates. Mike, fire darts is exactly how I would describe this. This is some great stuff from the ladies. They're shooting better than some of the men's matches that we have seen. And it's not just like, don't just look at the number of the average. That's one thing. It's just when they're shooting these darts is incredible. Their timing, their performance, and their sportsmanship right now. And look at that. A great last dart there. Again, forcing Abby, forcing the seasoned veteran to not feel comfortable is huge here. I love it. I don't know how long Casey's been playing, but from the likes of it and what I've been hearing, she is a pretty newcomer to the sport. She hasn't been around the scene as long. And of course, Abby, I mean, she has so many accomplishments under her belt, and she really is a talented thrower. So to do this, I mean, there's no way to say otherwise than Casey's coming as a clear underdog, and then the first leg is looking phenomenal. Can she keep this up throughout the rest of this best of 3 and into another? Because she will have to try to do a double dip here. 4 years. So thank you, Leiden. 4 years. So in the grand scheme of things, not very long in darts. So to be able to say you're at the Plover Tournament, a very prestigious tournament, and to make it to the finals is already a big accomplishment. Now let's see what she's able to do from here. There's still plenty of game and match left, and she looks like she's about to go up 1-0. There we go. 1-0 for the Prodigy. Abby spot to start leg number 2 here. Those 20s in particular and the 19 switch dart for Casey was what led her to find so much success in that last leg. Can we see a little bit of a difference with Abby starting? Can she start strong, and can Casey go well against the throw? She wants them. She doesn't want these to go to the distance for both best of 3s, right? The longer it goes on, the more Abby finds favor in the match. 2 mark open for spot. A little bit left on the first. Oh, there we go. Finds the second. Can she get another? Gets a 4 mark there. Scored some points on the board. Casey Bates looking strong at the moment, taking advantage of the lax open from Abby. I do agree. Scuba is a natural in the booth, and it was a pleasure having him in. Unfortunately, his ride did have to bring him out of here. He wasn't actually banned, I promise. 3 18s. Doesn't get those 20s close, though. I think the 20s had to go at some point there. I honestly would have preferred her to start with it because, I mean, Casey has been looking pretty comfortable on him for the most part. A little bit of overcorrection last start. Normally, when her darts go into low single segment, she's good about using that marker to find that bed. Does not connect there. So we'll see if Abby's able to take advantage of this moment. And she's going back to her traditional strategy, playing aggressive, going for those closes, not caring about the points as much. I love that switch in the last start there. Now let's see how Casey handles it. Casey tricked her into a point battle in the last one, and it did not go Abby's way. So now with Abby going thermonuclear, going wide, can Casey handle it well? First start on the 17 says probably. Switches to 19. Now back to the 17s here. Finding a 5 mark. Showing some resilience. Now a 5 mark needed at minimum to get the point lead for Abby's spot. Rocky saying, did you just give Casey a nickname? Hey, that's what Doug Barry called her. I'm just going with it. That guy, A, got me out here in the first place, and B, usually is in charge. Doesn't regain the point lead, only finding 4. Casey here, first start trip, lets her have the look at those 19s, and I would personally be keen to see her take that look, get the 5 mark, but now with that first start there, needs to stay on the 17s. Trying to work it in. Gets 3. 56-point difference now. Going to the left there, finding the 19s on the second. Decides to stay there. Good shot there from Spot. So now with Casey again, it's one of those, I think that point battles will be advantageous to her, but again, with the fact that she doesn't have the high ground, it's going to be interesting. But I mean, oh, look at that. Finds the 19s there. And then back to the 17s for an 8 mark there. Casey baits, and you can see she gave herself a little pump. She's feeling it. She is feeling good. Great shot there from Bates. Abby does like those 18. She's typically pretty quick to go with them if the 20s aren't available. So going to be a honey hole for her, and it's going to be something that Casey has to get over here. First start trip 17 again. Up to those 18s. And then back down. I mean, playing some textbook darts. For someone that's only been playing for 4 years, what we're seeing right now is classic textbook strategy. These ladies know what they're doing, and they're showing their stuff right now and really saying, come on, boys, step it up. I mean, 3-7-1 for Abby Spot, a 4-5 for Casey Bates. Eric saying Doug taught her everything she knows, referring to Casey there. Well, let me tell you, Casey's going to start teaching Doug things here. That's what's going to happen. Does get the close there. Goes for that 3-mark approach. A little bit risky, but collects just fine. The only reason I say risky is Abby will and can hit a 7 mark at any given opportunity. So let's see if she decides to, because she will take an early look if she gets the opportunity. Gets the point lead. Oh, she decided to stay there. Casey's found those 17s to be quite favorable. Good marker right underneath that bed. Oh, God, it goes way where it needs to start. And that was the first moment in this entire match, I would wager, where I felt like Casey has just not hit what she needed to in the moment. So Abby here, seasoned veteran, needs to take advantage of this opportunity. Needs to just try to shake the confidence of Casey, right? If I'm her, that's what I'm thinking. Throw my darts, hit what I'm doing, and try to get them out of their comfort zone. And that's what you try to do. Go for that close, try to get her away from the honey hole, but then recollects on the last. So good dart there from Abby Spot. Casey, there she goes. She goes low and then marks the distance. Last one again, got away from her, bringing it back. 10 points in her favor now. 389 plays 389. It's been 10 rounds. These ladies are playing great stuff. I really can't say that enough. Abby does get the close there. Classic 5 mark. That's what she drew up on the board, and that's what she collected on there. So now Casey does have a 9 mark opportunity, right? Needs to go trip 15 for the 16. But no matter what, has to close the 15. She does so. Oh my gosh, that was a well-thrown dart. That was so unfortunate. I would say if she could try to move over a little bit more, that's the only thing you had done different. It was perfectly thrown. Doesn't collect. And now Abby just needs to close these 15s here to get massive advantage. Finds the trip 16. Tries to go for the Cobra switch. And collects on the last there. Huge 6 mark from Abby Spots. Double bowl in the first. Ooh, does the switch over there. I personally, I know if you hit the double in the first hour, a lot of people like to close if there's just a one number situation here. But 86 points, that's 4 bulls. I mean, she was setting herself for a 5 bull on the next shot. I think you take down the bulls to a 3 race or a 4 race, just because 5 bulls, no matter who you are, is tough just because of amount of real estate. It's hard to squeeze them all in. And this is a big turn. This is huge. Finds the first bull. Room to work with it too. Finds the double there. Finds another double. 5 bulls from Casey Bates. Incredible stuff. Now, Abby is going to have no trouble pointing on these 16s, but keeping her in and keeping her within striking distance, Casey Bates is playing some impressive darts right now. Abby finds a double 16. She going for the 2 bulls immediately? No, she stays. She's smart. She executes. Finds 5. 3 bulls needed to take a look at those 16s now. Needs to dial it in here. Finds 1. Can she get a double? Finds another single there, but down 16 points. Abby has 3 darts for 2 bulls if she so chooses. She might just shoot those 16s again, though, just in case. We'll see as she approaches. I think the first one at the bull here. Finds the double. Abby's spot makes it 1 apiece here in what is certainly an enticing affair and a quality match tiebreaker for the first potential dip. If Casey wins it or if Abby wins it, she will be your queen and the champion here in Plover, Wisconsin for this one. This is seriously some incredulous stuff that we're seeing. Quality of the dart players in the women's is escalating just like the men's, was a comment we just got in the chat here, and I couldn't agree more. I've said time and time again, darts is one of the most inclusive sports in the sense that it doesn't matter how tall, how short, how big, it doesn't matter what gender you are, does not matter. Anybody has the potential. If you got the ability to throw a dart towards a dartboard however you see fit, to be a top level dart player, right? And the only reason we don't see as many women pros in the PDC or in North America is simply because of sample size. There's just that much more men that play this sport, but the women have such talent. And if there was just as many women as just as many men, I would say it'd be close to a 50-50 ratio of pros out there. And you're seeing it. The game has getting better and better. And I'm excited to see how this one pans out here for the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship in Plover, Wisconsin. Abby finds 3. Bare minimum open. You need to make sure you close that 20 here. Let's see what Casey's able to do. She's had the hot hand. Finds 4. Well, Crowbar, thanks for following along and hanging out with us. See, Abby loves those 18s, and she likes playing that aggressive thermonuclear style of play, right? So her taking that early switch is not surprising for those that have seen her. And if you close 18s, it's great, but it does give an opportunity now for Casey to get alive here. But no matter what Casey does here, more than likely Abby's going to take those 18s first start. Yeah, it doesn't collect more than 2 there, so... while having the point lead, not in a strong position, so Abby's able to just go for those 18s and do whatever else she pleases after. Finds him on the first here. And then goes for the 17s. I do like the look just because, especially of how well Casey has been hitting them. It's a smart shot. And you can see the frustration because she knows how important that close was. And now probably pointing on this last start would be the move, right? Yeah, she goes up to the 20s. Tripp would have gotten the point lead. But the risk of playing that super aggressive game, as anybody knows, is that it gives an opportunity now because with Casey throwing with the point lead, needs to get rid of one of these numbers if she can. And with just one mark there. So that's another reason why Abby's strategy of going for these extra closes and playing super aggressive works, is because she baits people in. No pun intended to Casey Bates here, but she baits people into shooting for those closes instead of getting a more comfortable lead. Where first our triple in the 19 probably would have been welcomed from Casey. Instead, all she was able to accomplish was a 1 mark on the 20, which is effectively nothing, right? And so that's why she's able to go back on the next go and grab another number, expand that point lead, and close that gap. So it's really some smart play from Abby, because when it works really well. But like we saw in the first leg and even the second leg, when you're going against somebody that can hit that behind you consistently, it's a very risky style of play. But right now, paying off in dividends. Abby showing her normal strategy here. Abby getting a double ball on the last start there. Again, playing the same tune that we've been seeing. And see Casey there going for an early shot on the 20s, but down 3 numbers and with the point lead being so, I would argue to say insignificant at this point because of the amount of houses that Abby has. You need to stay until you find a trip or two. But it's honestly a little bit of the pressure of the scenario I'd imagine is going on here, because she has been playing so good. Those first 2 legs were seriously a masterclass of showing how to not show fear in a finals match, in a tough room, and in a prestigious event. Gets the 18s. And gets the 20s as well, finding a 5 mark there. So now she has the 19s versus Abby's 17s and bulls, and the mark on the 16 she has. So we'll see. But right now, Abby's still looking pretty strong here. Going to grab these 16s. Oh, but that doesn't collect. And now it makes it really risky. And yeah, it has to go and point in that last start there, because just getting a single there doesn't do much except downgrade her numbers. So that was a smart switch from Abby. I really want to see Casey hit at least a 4 mark on the 19s before moving here. So she's going for these 17s, but with the bulls closed in the back pocket, you have to be careful. Normally, you can play with the strategy of knowing, okay, it takes 2 darts to close the bull if they're hitting a double and a single, or a double and a double. But with them already closed, the game can end in a matter of blink of an eye. She gets the 16s closed. She gets the 15s closed. And she gets the double 19. Abby spot hits what she needs to. And now Casey Bates, unfortunately, might be bowing down, as Abby Spot is looking likely to be the champion here for the women's singles event at the Plover Tournament. But seriously, I cannot understate how well those first 2 legs from Casey Bates were. And that is amazing stuff. 1 single needed for Abby. Finds the trip on the last and gets it there. Yeah, huge shots, huge moments. You can see the handshakes and smiles from Casey. I love it. And congratulations, Abby Spot, for first place. Congratulations, Casey Bates, for second. I'm going to go out there, grab a picture for the ladies here. And that was an excellent match. Congratulations. Next up, the non-pro king seat match, guys. So don't go far. Nick DiChiria here in Wisconsin. Excited to bring you more coverage of the Doug Sports Pub Championship here. Be back in just a moment. I hope you didn't go far. I told you guys the action was going to be coming in just a second here. Excited to continue bringing coverage here. This is the non-pro singles cricket king seat match here. So you just saw the women's finals and what was an amazing spectacle to be seen on the dartboard. Certainly incredulous stuff from those ladies there. Casey Bates putting on a show and forcing Abby Spot to play her game at the end there. But we're pretty far along. We're basically getting into the top 8 territory of this bracket, and excited to see Luke Twist the Pretzel Pritzel play on the dartboard against Jamie Kopp here. Luke Pritzel, of course, many of you guys have probably seen him at the Whammo tournament where he really came out swinging. And the other thing that you might know him from, if you guys are watching the Mike Maloney Ram Guevara final, Luke Pritzel is actually in the Hulk costume in the background there. Found out after the fact, so fun fact there. So Jamie was looking extremely strong earlier, played some great darts, and I expect him to continue that performance. But Luke Pritzel's been on a tear lately. He's been playing great and honestly has been making waves in the Wisconsin dart scene and just the dart scene in general. Whammo, he had a first place finish. I can't recall if it was Division 1 or Division 2, but Division 1 through 4 there. Will Stewart was on here earlier and said the exact same thing. Division 1 to Division 2 is to Division 3, even Division 4 is honestly interchangeable with the level of talent in Wisconsin. But look at this, 733 finds 2 trips, tries to pop the 18 in the last. He kind of hesitated on what he wanted to do there, but great shot there from Luke Pritzel. So Jamie Kopp now stepping up here, needs to find I believe an 8 mark here to get the point lead. So basically needs perfection. Of course, I do want to thank you all for tuning in. If you guys want to watch the action here in this tournament tomorrow, Eagle Eye Sports. If you're watching USA Darts right now, I need you to go real quick, type in your little Facebook or YouTube browser, whichever one you prefer for your platform, type in Eagle Eye Sports. This is where you're going to be finding the coverage tomorrow. As of course, we have in Waterbury, Jeff McMahon covering a tournament on the USA Darts page. So we're giving Will Stewart a chance to spend some time with the family and take a breather here. BJ saying, any Wisconsin boys still in it? Plenty Wisconsin boys still in it here. Let's look at some of the other players in our bracket that we got going on here in the non-pro side. Of course, we still have the pro side going on. We have Nate Horn going on the top 8. We have Mike Tritt going on. Corey, with the last name I'm not even going to try to pronounce. We got Casey Jones here, Travis Wilkinson, which you saw on stream, Daryl Gabriel, and Paul Thorpe on the other side of the bracket here, playing to try to get to this king seat position and take a shot at the finals here. Oh, you meant Milwaukee. I specifically, I mean, you're asking a Florida guy to name Milwaukee people, and that's a little too specific for me, BJ. But if you guys do want to know, hey, who's playing in this? Where are my favorite friends, favorite players, whatever it may be? CompuSport.us. You go over there, go to that tournament section, and from there, just type in Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship. From there, you'll be able to hit the drop-down list and select between which bracket you want to watch and follow along live with us. Cheer on your friends. Of course, there's 38 boards. We're covering just one of many. Carrie, every time Champagne in the chat here. How you doing, lovely? Great to see you in here, and thanks for the kind words. Luke Pritzel. Man, what a guy. What a guy. He's shooting great right now. 6-4-3 versus Jamie, which Jamie has been nothing but consistent on the dartboard so far on the start to the weekend. And he's just going against a freight train at the moment here. Double. Can you get one more? Oh, doesn't connect on the last here. But it might be too little too late in this one. For the first leg, at least. Luke Pritzel falls into the 16 there. Connects on the bull. And doesn't connect on the last start here. So does not seal leg number 1 away. But not in any immediate danger. You need 5 bowls now if you're Jamie to get the point lead back, and then that's not even counting the fact that you still have 2 numbers to close. So he's going to be stuck on the bowls all day long. Fighting the first, kind of hanging over. Needs to get to the right-hand side. Goes underneath. Good placement there. He decides to try to take a swing at the 17 there with the mark on the bowl. I don't personally love the shot, but maybe he felt blocked on it. Nothing necessarily wrong with it, considering Luke still has a massive advantage in this leg. One more bowl needed. There we go. Luke Pritzel up 1-0, over Jamie Kopp there. We've been coming live at you for 4 hours and about 40 minutes here. So again, thank you for everybody that have been tuning in, cheering us along, and supporting Doug Sports Pub, Doug Sports Pub Dart Championship, 5-Star Lanes, OP Sports Bar, and all the other things out here. I mean, they are certainly appreciative of it. And I can tell you guys, let me be honest here. I'm going to real talk. All right, sit down, buckle up. You need to be at this tournament next year. There's no excuse. Last year's a record-breaking year, and everyone in this room right now, I don't care if they went 2-0. I don't care what happened. So they fell asleep in the volleyball court. Doesn't matter. They are going to tell you they've been having a great time, and the vibes are immaculate. If you are anywhere near the area, you should take the run over. Yeah, tomorrow we got some good events coming up here. We have a bunch of different events. I'm not even going to list them all off because we have almost 10 events going on tomorrow. So there's AM, there's afternoon, and there's evening events. If you're able to come by, there's even some singles events. You don't need any qualifications, and there's either pro or non-pro based on the in-house and arachnid list. That's all that matters here. So if you're able to come by, I promise you it's worth it. Last year I did it remotely, and I'm so happy I'm here in person. Can't understate it. I appreciate the kind words in the comments there. Thank you very much. I don't know about being on TV. The thing is, I have the voice for radio, and I've said that a million times. And the hair for almost a hair model, I don't know. Maybe that I can get away with. Pritzel finds the 20 on the first. Looks like he's looking down on the last. Goes for the 19s. Oh, you can see that getting rid of those 20s. I like that shot there from Jamie. And then back down to the 19s. Good recovery for Kopp. I say recovery relative to what has been a very strong showing from Luke Pritzel so far. Luke's still pretty much honest. I would wager to say debatably in control just because of how strong he's throwing. Finds 5 there, getting himself up in points. 37-point difference. First our trip would get the point lead here. But with the higher house, I do think Jamie, on one hand, Jamie could just go ahead and pound those 19s again, right? He can just stay down there and play conservative, and he has the higher grounds. But Luke has such a hot hand right now. If I get even the slightest lead, I'm trying to take away some ground from him because I don't want this to keep going because it seems like he just has that much gas in the tank. Yeah, Porky. Everyone's been asking where you're at. Even people have been asking me, and this is honest to God truth. They're like, "You're friends with Porky. What's going on?" And so they're obviously sad you're not here, and we miss you, buddy. Even have a couch in the stream room, so we literally had the nap area. Instead, we replaced with another Steve. We put Scuba Steve there for a little bit. No naps though. He was just watching, and then commentating too. Porky, I can tell you one thing. I don't think Lucas Pritzel's going to be a non-pro again, if ever again, unless he decides to fall off a list because he is throwing some good stuff. I mean, the kid just has a hot hand, rocking one of those Marshall Darts jerseys. There we go. Lucas Pritzel finds what he needs there. And just got an update here. So basically, if you finish in the top 4 in any of the non-pro events, it puts you on a 2-year pro list. So basically identical to how you'd see it at Arachnid events. And that's good because these guys and girls have been earning it and playing some great stuff here. And it's super exciting to see. And well-deserved, too. I mean, to be fair, this is seriously such a star-studded cast of players out here. There's so much talent. It's seriously, people, when I was telling them coming up to this tournament, right, especially the Florida crowd, right? Florida doesn't know about Plover too much unless you're Chrissy Grimble, obviously. But besides that, a lot of them didn't know about this tournament in Florida. And I was like, explained to them, I was like, no, you're going to have such a hard room of darts. And then half of them were like, well, such a hard room of darts that I don't want to go because it's going to be tough. I might not even get top 8. But of course, jokes aside, I mean, seriously, it is worth it just to come out here and watch the games. Of course, you guys are watching online, and I love you guys tuning in and supporting our platforms. But I'm telling you, seeing in person is something else too, because I've been walking out there, grabbing pictures, shaking hands and talking to people, and everyone's just having such a ball out here. Jamie needs to load up one of these numbers here. I personally think because Luke has the mark in the 15 to go ahead and grab that ground. I think if you have the mark, you want to not have them get 2 numbers up on you or have an easier shot closing it later on. But right now, contesting it might be the play. He goes to the 16s and then does the 15 switch. I love that shot. Great shot there from Jamie Kopp. Ritzel finding the first trip on the 18s here, is able to just go right at these 15s and 16s. Goes to the 15s first, finds those. On track for the 8 mark here. Oh, doesn't connect on the last, but well ahead in this one still. I mean, he literally has not let up in this. He is looking so strong right now. It's seriously unbelievable from Luke how well and really how he kind of, at least relatively in the last year here, has come out of the woodworks and has really said, hey, I'm here and I'm becoming one of the top shots in Wisconsin. And that's basically like saying you're one of the top shots in the U.S. and basically is, because he is throwing such good darts lately. So just a heads up, on the pro side, the 3rd place match here did just get called. Bob McCoy is taking on Garrett Rakowski. Rakowski losing in that king seat match. So Bob McCoy, Garrett Rakowski. So after this match here, what sounds like we're going to be getting next is going to be Eric Bobzine versus the winner of that 3rd place match. So just a heads up, everybody. We got more action. We are not done. If I'm awake, you're awake. All right, that's the deal. We shook hands. You didn't even know you signed the contract. That's what's going on here. Pritzel's just doing his own thing, finding an 8 mark there, throwing a 5, 8, 9 after 10 rounds. Last start there. You can see Jamie kind of just throws up that 18 just to get it out of the way and bring it down to bulls, but well behind just because of how strong. And he's well behind throwing a 4-7 in a non-pro bracket. He's throwing great, and now he's about to get knocked out. That's it. That's game, set, match. Oh my! You can see Luke there. They give a little pat. They're having a smile about it. I mean, what tough stuff is going on there? Incredible, incredible. Oh my goodness. Again, I'm kind of speechless there. I'm going to be honest, guys. That was cool stuff. Sorry about that, guys. Accidentally flicked on the music there for a second. Scuba. Oh my gosh, Porky. Excuse me, wrong Steve. Porky asking, do they have karaoke there tomorrow night? I didn't ask if they're having the karaoke going or not. They did talk about you doing karaoke. Anytime karaoke's brought up, they say, hey, this is what Porky is the goat at karaoke here. So, but yeah, we'll see. I believe right now, board 17, Bob McCoy, Garrett Rakowski. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a look at that one. Okay, well, either they just finished or they haven't started. If they haven't started, I'm going to try to get them over to the board here and get them on over. So I'm going to throw on a music here for a second, guys. Porky, you're in charge. I'll be right back. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. Nick DiChiria here at the Doug Sports Pub Dart Championship. Just an update, everybody. They hadn't started yet on 17. And when I got out there, Chad was like, I'm already reassigning it. I know what you want. So he gave me a little bit of a laugh there. So that's where they're going. Garrett Rakowski already adds to the board. And Bob McCoy on his way over here. So we're going to get the third place of the pro. Then we're going to get the finals of the pro and then cover out whatever's left of the non-pro. Of course, we already got that women's final, which was spectacular. Hopefully going to get it out on the Eagle Eye Sports platform this week so you guys can take a look at that amazing match from those ladies. Seriously, if you guys missed it, if you guys were taking a nap or, eat a sandwich, whatever you guys are doing, you missed it because that was incredible. You can see, yep, they're at the board over here getting things underway, and it looks like they're not going to be wasting much time at all. So don't worry, everybody. We're ready to bring you some great darts. Excited for this one. Excited indeed. Bob McCoy, of course, is someone that has been around the scene for a long time, but also on top of that, he had an amazing match against Mike Maloney in the Booyah Cup final that he played, the Booyah Cup qualifier final, excuse me. And so he's been on a lot of people's radars. I've officially made it in the darts community because I finally got a friend request from him. Felt like I made it. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it. So, and of course, Garrett Rakowski, I'll tell you, after he lost that hill match to Eric, he came in here and he was like, I want to get back. He's like, Eric played great and it's his day so far, but I really want this one. So he seems extra motivated. And I'm excited to see if that translates well into the dart game. It will translate one way or another here. Well, here we go. Looks like they're about ready to get underway here, going in to the diddle. Excited to see it, guys. Who do you got? Who are you cheering for? Garrett Rakowski, Bob McCoy, coming at you on the dartboard here. Garrett does not collect on the bull. It looks like Bob McCoy will get the start here. Yep, looks like it. Sorry, I don't have the best eyesight at my ripe age of 25. Don't worry, I just found my glasses. We're good. All right, third place match. This is going to be the pro singles cricket that's going on here. Bob McCoy to start us off. We're getting cheering for a great match. Well, listen, if you're cheering for a great match, guess what? You're about to get a great match. I can guarantee it. It's in the cards. Mike asking how many boards are set up. So there's 24 lanes for bowling. So there's a dartboard in front of each one. Plus on top of that, they have 14 other boards. So 38 boards in total here for this. And this is a normal bar bowling alley. Plus the not so normal fact of having a two beach volleyball indoor courts. So huge place. I was honestly surprised at the size of it. Lots of action, lots of room, lots of activities, a little game room area. Normally they have pool tables, but they are covered up to be used as tables for this. Six mark there. McCoy follows the 5 well. Garrett's really, I mean, he is dialed in the sense mentally. He just wants this. I mean, who doesn't, right? Especially when you're playing at a high level and when you're playing in any bracket, no one wants to lose. But like you can just tell when someone has the drive, and I'm sure that Bob does too. I didn't get a chance to talk to him yet, but I know for a fact Garrett is just in that mental state of do or die. I'm here. I'm the killer on the board when I'm throwing. Spanky saying Plover's the best tournament in Wisconsin. Just going to be there this weekend. Well, unfortunately, couldn't make it out, but of course, tuning in and showing your support means a lot to all of us here. And seriously, guys, I'll say it a million times today, a million times tomorrow. You need to be here next year. This is such a good time. Oh no, not the turn Garrett needed. Well, wayward for him. I don't know. He was quick to just move around the board there, and it just didn't collect right. Let's see what Bob's able to do at this moment. Yeah, just a 4 mark. So didn't kill Garrett in this leg by any means, honestly. Could have hurt a lot more. Needs to find one more of those. Does find one more of those. Brings it within 16 points here. The bullet fires away. Just a 1 mark there. Now you're seeing an error the other direction. Bob McCoy having a troublesome moment at the wrong time. Here finds the trip. Does he take a look? Decides to stay there. Doesn't collect. So just a 4 mark. So now things are back to neck and neck here. Point advantage for Garrett, but higher ground for Bob. Oh, look at this. Loading it up. Finds all 3 in the bed there. 180 points scored. Great 9 mark from Bob McCoy. So it just needs to close these 19s. Your only goal at this point right here, you just need to close those. Once the 19s are gone, anything else you hit, is obviously while you're planning to hit everything, is more than welcome. You can see Garrett gives the point over to the 18s. He knew after that first start that it was in a lot of trouble there. 8 mark from Bob McCoy. Seven mark there. Rakowski trying to claw his way back in, but huge advantage for Bob McCoy. More than likely going his way if he keeps on course and stays true here. Sixteens are gone. 15s are gone. Finds a bull as well. An 8 mark into a 7 mark there. 8 mark only because he already had to mark one of the numbers, and then because he hit the bull there, the 7. Rakowski piles in the bulls. 5 bulls. Earlier, we saw in his match, he literally pounded a sorry, just read the comments, caught me off guard. Earlier we saw him hit a 6 mark on the bulls into a 5 mark on the bulls, but Bob McCoy taking it for number 1. Garrett now with the throw, needs to start strong. Porky, don't you worry, I'm going to Quick Trip. It's a top 3 gas station. It goes in the hierarchy here, in the gas station hierarchy, it goes Bucky's number 1, can't beat it. I'm sorry, still Bucky's number 1, then Quick Trip, and then Sheetz, followed closely by Wawa. That's my gas station ranking there. If anybody has a problem with it, if anybody thinks differently or that I'm wrong, you're blocked. Game over. You're done. 7 mark for Gare was the start he had in mind. And we talked about, I mentioned it here, right? He has that drive. He was really frustrated that he did lose in that king seat match because he really wanted it. And so he was just super serious. He wants to collect. He wants to win it. And that mentality and that drive is either really good because you get hungry, you start hitting, you start going automatic mode, or the other end, you start putting too much pressure on yourself and psyching yourself out because you want it too much. On that first leg, I felt like we saw a little bit of wanting it too much. Penny saying, you missed me and Bob's match. We actually, I'm not sure which match of yours we zoomed in on. But oh my gosh, hold on. Sorry, never mind, Benny. Look at Bob McCoy finding a 9 there, the right time. But no, Benny, during one of the breaks in here, we zoomed in on one of your matches. Still upset you haven't come and said hi to me, but whatever. It's cool. No, I'm just kidding. Excited to see you in the building, sir. Absolutely. 5 mark there. That's the bare minimum. You can see Garrett, though. He's frustrated because he knows Bob is just on a tear at the moment. I mean, again, that Booyah Cup qualifier win, phenomenal stuff. And now here it's translating. You just catch these streaks. Darts is about peaks and valleys. He's on a hot streak right now. Did he say I was saying okay, incognito? No, I'm just messing with you, man. Don't you worry about it. You're okay. Well, if you do see me walk around, I'm the guy with the poorly dyed pink hair, so pretty easy to find me. Four mark there from Rakowski. See what Bob's able to do. Just going right at the 17s. No reason not to attack him. Finds it, closes it with extra credit. Slip dart from the hand, needs to regroup and refocus. Backs off the line because he has to hit a trip 18. Garrett's calling for the point there. You see it. But he doesn't hit the trip. So now opportunity back. Garrett knows, and you can see he was quick to try to step up to the line there, right? I mean, he's throwing a 5.25. He's not throwing bad by any means, but a 6.5 freight train's been in front of him, and this is the moment that Garrett needed. He has to capitalize here. Finds a first dart and able to stack it. Oh, but it got away from him. Yeah, normally Garrett, the way he throws, he has a nice direct throw. If he places it low in that 16 bed, it's easy for him to layer those darts up. But kind of, I don't know if he rushed that second dart or something, but did not connect and tried to course correct on the last. But now McCoy finds the first dart at the 18, finds the 16s, going for the 15 dagger. Doesn't collect the last, so last moment standing. Garrett Rakowski, if he wants to keep his event and his tournament life for tonight going, needs to hit at minimum 7, but realistically, he needs to hit a 12 mark. He needs to borrow somebody else's dart here. Has to find it. Yeah, he knows. He knows that he's in some trouble here. He's going against a tough shot that has a hot hand. But he's saying, I want all these guys to know the joke's on them. I'll be well arrested for pro doubles because I'm in bed. I can tell you what, tomorrow's going to be a long day for these guys, myself included. Streaming action coming at you. The first event starts at 9 a.m. Central. We'll be going live at 10 a.m. Central here. We'll get them time to get everything going and underway, and all of the first 3 events started. We'll be bringing coverage. Eagle Eye Sports, that's where you'll find it. All right? No USA Darts tomorrow. Will be only on Eagle Eye. So give us a follow. Look us up, Facebook, YouTube. Eagle Eye Sports tomorrow for our coverage. Basically like USA Darts, but with a cooler name. You're there, 2 bulls and an 18. Not going to be enough. 6-3-3 for Bob McCoy. Playing phenomenal. 3 bulls away from booking his ticket to the finals here. Gets 2. Can you sneak one more in? And does so. Bob McCoy, 2 straights there. You can see Garrett going up and immediately giving him some props. A big hug between the 2 friends on the dartboard here. That was a great match. And now, coming up next, Eric Bobzine, Bob McCoy, going at it in the pro finals here, ladies and gentlemen. This is some exciting stuff on the dartboard. Super exciting stuff, extremely exciting stuff, and all the other adjectives that seem necessary to describe how great this has been so far. Super excited again, guys, to be bringing you coverage of this. Really happy to be out here. Let's go ahead. While these players are getting over here, I'm going to go find hot tea and honey, as I can already feel my voice starting to go here a little bit. It's starting to get a little raspy with it, talking by myself here. Been going live for over 5 hours. Pro finals coming up on the dartboard here in just a moment. Let's take a look around the Plover tournament here. Did a little walkthrough earlier before people started coming in the door. Be back in just a moment. Nick DiChiria here bringing coverage of this one.
Let's get started. First, let's talk about the dartboard and what all this means. So let's take a closer look at the dartboard. This kind of board is called a sisal board, used with steel-tip darts. Usually it's referred to as a steel-tip board. There are other types of boards, like electronic, also called plastic tip or soft tip, and these used soft or a plastic tip on the dart. But for this demonstration, we're going to use the steel tip board. On the dartboard, there are 20 numbers, and they correlate with each of these 20 segments. For example, let's say you throw a dart and it lands here. This segment is worth 20 points, also known as a single 20. If your dart landed here, it would also be worth 20 points. The same rule applies for all of these large segments. If your dart goes into any of them, it's worth a single of that number. Now let's say your dart goes into this smaller segment here. This is called the double ring, and any dart that lands in this outside ring is worth double that number. Now if your dart goes here, this is called the triple ring. Similar to the double ring, if your dart lands here, it will be worth triple the points of that segment. Finally, if you hit the center of the board, or the bullseye, it has a numerical points.
I apologize if you guys were watching the garage darts with Cali West, but we are back in the action there, not wasting any time getting going here. So I wanted to make sure to get coverage because we're getting the finals here. But shout out to Cali West and Garage Darts there doing a little how-to cricket video. Of course, I might need to watch that. Well, here we go. It's finals time, ladies and gentlemen. Eric Bobstein, Bob McCoy here. Bob McCoy to start us off. Just getting 2 single 20s there. Dustin in the chat asking the question that's on everybody's mind that has been watching the stream here. Culver's or Whataburger? Or In-N-Out? Okay, you can't just throw In-N-Out in there, Dustin. Let's not get ridiculous because In-N-Out beats Culver's and Whataburger. Not even close. Did try Whataburger. Did film a little food review with Jen Mounts over there doing her best Steve Hilger impression. And let me tell you, it was fine. That was exactly my opinion on it. I do like Culver's, but only really their custard. Their burgers, everything else is okay. In-N-Out, for the price, the quality, can't beat it. Sorry. I know, hot take. Especially if you're an East Coaster like me. Eric does find the trip on the last and needed it, right? Because it only gives him a 1 point advantage. And Bob McCoy, especially that second leg there, I mean, was putting on quite the show for us. Again, this is the finals of the pro singles bracket here, guys. This is a do or die. Eric Bobstein holding the seat. We're in the top 6 in the non-pro. So that's what we're going to be covering after this. Currently, Nate Horan and Mike Tritt are going against each other there in the 5th 6. On the other end of the 5th 6 is going to be Casey Jones and Travis Wilkinson. And then we got Jamie Kopp sitting in that 3rd place. And then all the way over, Luke Pritzel in the king seat there for the non-pro. So good stuff from the guys. And great stuff from the ladies earlier. McCoy finds 7, up 136 points now, meaning basically a 9 mark is needed. Just taps 2 there, so huge moment, 100-point lead. Bob McCoy can go right at those 18s, knock him out of here, and keep chugging along. Eric Bobstein, we've seen on the stream, have some down moments. We saw one match where he was really struggling. We've seen him have some high moments. And right now, he's going to need to make sure to have some of his highs because the matches that he was getting earlier, the way he was playing earlier, had some brilliance. And if he channels that, just like how he got to the king seat and held it, is going to be crucial because Bob McCoy has been playing nonstop. He has been playing well nonstop and is just lighting up the board. You can see a 5.8 currently is his average. Eric, they're not able to secure the 16s. So Bob able to set up and tee up here. Just go for the 16s, 15s, and mark up a bull if you can. The 15s were left as an opportunity to sneak away in, but still with a strong advantage. I mean, McCoy's heavily favored, but you can see there, Eric tries to do what he can. Finds 7, bringing it back up to a 4-0 there, but just a single 15 and 3 bulls. 15 close with extra credit. Low on the bull, so able to find the double. Yep, there it is. Bob McCoy getting leg number 1 here. 1-0. If Bob McCoy wins this next leg or the tie-breaking leg, if Eric wins the second leg, guess what? We go to another dip. It is a double elimination format, and Eric Bobstein is your king seat holder. Four mark there. You can tell just by the body language. Eric's so frustrated. He knows that Bob has been playing nonstop. And Eric hasn't been messing around. He's been by the dartboards and working on it. But at the same time, like, he just knows he's going against a freight train. 7 mark open there. Bob McCoy looking strong again. Great last start there from Eric. Picking up some steam, going for a dagger dart. And I honestly am not upset. You right now, right? If you're on the seat and you have to get beaten a subsequent best 3, if you do lose, take a riskier shot. Take the dagger. Try to get your confidence in your game, because we both know that either one of these guys is capable of winning this final. 5 mark there for Bob. Keeping a 6-0 versus a 5-5. Oh, he wants to take the risky shot at it. And there, instead, it goes for the 20s. Sneaks it underneath those darts there. Well thrown. That's a tough shot. I personally think I would have shot the 18 simply just because of how hard it is to get that one in there. Huge last start there. Getting 2-point lead. Now, I know it's late at night, 2 a.m. on the East Coast, 1 a.m. here. I understand it's late, guys, but we're watching some excellent darts from some guys playing some of the best of the best, and throwing some of the best I've seen in darts. So seriously, if you are not here and you're watching right now, share it around. Let your friends know, wake up your neighbors, whatever you need to do, because we're excited to be seeing this match right here. And we still got another final to go after this. I can tell you, I opened my second energy drink for the day, and plus my morning coffee. Guess what? The cardiologist is not happy with me, but I'm certainly going to make sure I have plenty of energy for you guys. And look at that, loading it up there, 9 mark. Eric Bobstein finds it. 6-0, 5-8. Oh my goodness. We one of the things I've talked about a lot, and one of the things I've talked about with other commentators, friends, dart players, is the level of standard, right? We talk about in the CSC constantly. The level of standard has gone up across the board for the dart game. I've been playing now for 8-9 years in the dart scene. I started as a youth player, got introduced to the game by my dad, right? And I can tell you when I first started, White Horse there from Bobzine. When I first started, you talk about a good shot, you mean probably a 4.5 because there's only a handful of 5.0s. If you were a good shot, a great shot, and a pro, 4.5 was the line. That line has gone up where 5.0 is the bar now to be a top level shot, because if 5.0 won't win you events, it will place you top in some events. And really 5.5, 5.6, we see a 5.9 finishing average for Mike Maloney in the CSE. That's the new standard. That's where it is. And with the game growing again, the standard's only going to continue to rise. Amazing last start there from Eric. Got the close and needed to make sure he secured that point lead because it was even and would have left a potential White Horse response. Huge shot there. Bob McCoy relegated to the Bulls here. Needs to find at least 5, if not 6, to try to get this 2 straight. But yeah, at this point, I mean, there's not much he can do, because he's literally throwing against someone that heated up to 69. He's throwing a 5.57. 3 Bulls now to make this one apiece in this final. And Eric Bobzine clicks it together, plays some great darts there, and it's on to the diddle here. If Eric wins it, it's all over for the pro bracket. If Bob wins it, there's going to be another best of 3. And secretly, I'm cheering for Bob just because I want to keep seeing this match. It's a great placement for Bob the second on top as well. But then if it goes to a second dip, I'm cheering for everybody. Neutral party here. Like both these guys. They're both nice. Is it tied? Double checking if it's tied real quick. Oh, nope. Eric did get it because you saw Bob was set up. He was about to throw it again and realized that Eric did get it there. Eric Bobzine needs this start to be big because he only won because he played near perfect against someone else that's playing near perfect. And that's the level of expectation we set. And that's a first start that he's not happy with. Has to move way over because he knows that's hanging on the bed. Uses as a backboard, though. Well thrown darts there. And that's a level of expertise that you see in this high level play. That's what it takes to be a top shot, right? You have to take advantage of opportunities. And when you're in a disadvantageous circumstance, you must rise to the occasion, which he did. And then Bob McCoy right behind piles in 3 in the bed on the 19s there. Look at that amazing answer. Rocket saying, I'm loving this match. Want to see more of this? Yeah, this is some great stuff here. Guys, if you're still awake, if you're tuning in, if you had a late night coffee or whatever else it may be, maybe just getting off of work, some of you guys working the night shift, getting into work, let me know where you're watching from. And of course, let these players know who you're cheering for. Oh, he wanted the back-to-back 9s. He wanted it. Well thrown on the last, but doesn't connect. Now handing the chance back over to Eric. Eric going to need to find the bed twice. Gets a 5, so still down 8 points. Bob McCoy trying to flip this match on its head here, or this game, excuse me. This match has been pretty even keel, especially the second leg. Oh, here we go. Rocking a 7-3-3. Oh, boy. Eric just sitting there thinking, what do I do to piss off Bob? Fires a 7 mark back. 5-2-5 plays 7-3-3. 1 point difference in Bob's favor. Pounds the 20 on the second. I love that switch, and he goes back down. That was huge because in the last couple of rounds, he's been taking opportunities to try to just expand the point lead and go with bigger advantage. But there he decided, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and pop it, get it out of the way, get it done. That was a huge shot. Because, I mean, Eric's not going to make this easy. But Bob's just playing incredulous right now. James saying Bay St. Louis. And then he said a graveyard shift, definitely helping to stay alert. So glad I'm helping stay awake. You guys in the chat helping me stay awake, although it wasn't much of a question if I'm going to stay awake or not. I mean, I'm watching some amazing darts here. It's pretty easy. Sometimes I sit back, take a moment, and realize that right now my job is sitting down and talking about darts, and that wouldn't happen without each and every one of you giving us the support over at USA Darts, Eagle Eye Sports, of course, all the Doug's Sports Pub people as well, and everybody else. Seriously, thank you guys for all the support. It means so much to me, Will Stewart, everybody else I work with, because this is a crazy reality. Not too long ago, I was a terrible dart player, and I still am, but at least now I get to talk about it. Eric there connects with 5, but Bob McCoy's still in control. And that's the thing. In the second leg, too, he still was directing traffic. The difference is that Eric just rose to the occasion and came over top, right? But, I mean, this is such a tough situation. That's the first 2 mark I think I've seen Bob McCoy throw one outside of the Bulls. That was crazy. Lewis saying hello from Pennsylvania. I'll be over there for the bullshit, I believe February 2nd through the 4th, if I'm not mistaken there. So I'll be over in Pennsylvania soon enough. Last year I played in it. This year going to be commentating it though. I'm kind of glad because I actually drove to Ohio, see my family, spent some time with mom, and decided to drive to Pennsylvania after. And there was a giant snowstorm. And now I've lived in Ohio, so I've driven on icy roads and stuff. But that was one of the most miserable drives I think I've ever taken. That was rough. Bob just gets a 2 mark there. Starting to cool down a little bit. This is a moment for Eric. Who's saying I'll be playing England in steel tip darts for Team USA at the ADA. So awesome. Well, best of luck there. Good to see. Good to see. Yeah, there's so many different places and scenes and everything. I mean, you have the ADA, you have the ADO, you have all these new WDF spots that are going on, the gold and silver events. And there's so many different ways to play steel tip darts now that also enable you to play overseas players in the US. It's better than ever. I love to see it. I mainly commentate soft tip because my verbal math sucks, but I grew up playing adult youth and youth steel tip leagues, and that's what got me into the game. So some real steel and seeing the game grow on both aspects, soft tip and steel, is great to see. Oh, tries to get away and almost thrown from another board over. Oh, Bob McCoy doing what he needs. Doesn't trip the 15, but that 7 mark would be more than handy enough. Eric collects 6, but right now Bob's looking like he's going to do the first dip here in this final for the Pro Cricket. Currently, we got the 4th place match going on in the non-pro, which means by the time this is over, depending on how long this takes, we'll be going right into a 3rd place match or the final of the non-pro. Nate Horn taking on, let's see, Casey Jones. Winner, that would get Jamie Kopp. Well, to be on Team USA after 5 years is certainly an accomplishment. And it shows. I mean, I've told people time and time again, yes, experience helps. It helps more than any other form of practice. But let's be honest here, right? If you are good and spend the time practicing, it will come to form. You see Jules Van Dongen, after 2 years of playing darts seriously, gets a PDC Tour card and has now qualified for the darts championships, the Ali Pally. So doesn't matter how long you've been playing, doesn't matter who you are, darts does not discriminate. Bob McCoy, 1 bull. And boom goes Bob. So here we go. Looks like maybe they had to take a restroom break here. Let's kind of take a better look at what's going on. Yeah, I think they're taking a quick restroom break here. Seems to be the case, or maybe refilling the refreshments. So I want to see what's going on here with these guys real quick. Please don't go far, folks. We have a second part to this final about to take underway. Be back in just a moment here. Let's see what's going on our 4th place match and see if we can zoom in on that in the meantime. So yeah, it looks like they're going on board 10. We'll try to see if we can take a look over there real quick. Yeah, Eric's over there. So there it looks like Bob just had to take a quick restroom or refreshment break of some kind. So we're just going to leave it right here on the action for you guys and be back in just a quick second here. Of course, Nick DiChiria bringing coverage of this. We have one more dip of the final to see, will Eric Bobstein come back and finish what he started after holding the king seat, or will Bob McCoy complete the double dip? It's only question that will be answered here in just a moment's time. Seriously, do not go anywhere. I demand it. Actually demand it. Be right back, guys. And here we go. Told you guys not to go far. Told you it wouldn't take long. It is time to see the second part of this final here. Excited to be bringing you coverage of the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship here in Plover, Wisconsin. The final of the pros. Bob McCoy completes the first part of the dip. Can he complete the second? Eric Bobzien wants to deny that. I mean, well, let's be honest. The numbers right now that Bob is putting up is just so impressive at the moment. It's going to be hard to beat. It's always hard to double or triple dip, and depending on the formats you're seeing, it's a tall task, and usually getting the king seat gives you a massive advantage. I'd say 75-25 on the split there for holding that advantage in any given tournament. But that being said, if that first dip goes away, and it goes away in convincing fashion the way that Bob did it, it makes Eric Bobzien really have to play strong now. Great switch on the last serve. Very risky switch. The way he shot, he kind of wipes his forehead there as a gesture of saying, "Oh boy, needed that." So doesn't get a massive advantage by any means, but did do what he set out to do there. See, Eric really wanted to get the first two in the bed. He wanted to shoot those 18s. Finding 7. Great shot there from Bobzien. Well, that will do. 9 mark there. Huge shot from McCoy. Oh, and Eric's not finding the 15s. Does kick it in the field goal between the two posts, but that was not enough in that round. 5-7-5, Bob McCoy. And can we just say, other than that very first leg that we saw in this final from Eric, he has played great every one of these legs. Just Bob has just been in control and not giving many opportunities, if any. Even there, hits the dagger dart when he needs to. The averages may be close, but the timing's incredulous on McCoy. Finds the trip 18. You just getting the extra credit there. That's the other thing. You can't be worried about being too mean to anybody. I see some of the players say, why did they throw that extra at the trip? They're capable of hitting 3 bulls. Well, that's because that extra dart at the trip basically guarantees that even if we see 6 bulls here, which again, Eric Bobzien is more than capable of as he hits 4, it basically just submits it. It makes it sure that no matter what, he can go at the bulls the next go around here because he's going to hit 1 or 2 if he shoots that first dart trip. There we go. Leg number 1. And now on match point here, Bob McCoy. Eric Bobzien to start us off. Here we go. Catching the right side of the 20 bed. Underneath, needs to kick it up in. Does do so. Uses the marker that the second dart was for him to his advantage. We'll see, though. Because Bob McCoy, if there's one particular note about his timing, it's his starts. The starts are the most important thing in these finals. It sets the tone. It sets the pace of the match. Wants to find another one of those. Does find 7 there, Bob McCoy. Eric just has to kind of walk off there. He's a big proponent of moving around the Aki if you need to, right? And does collect on that last dart, but I mean, it's also a sign of just not feeling as comfortable with certain darts and the placements of them on the dartboard. Oh my goodness. You kind of just expect it with how Bob's been throwing for that last dart to go in. He's just lighting it up nonstop. I mean, he's literally giving no breaks, and Eric's, it's not even that the missing that's bothering him, it's that it's in the same spot in that 111 for the third turn in a row. It's a well thrown dart, just as Sean says, it's a bad electrician wiring on the wrong side there. 220s. These 20s are going away this turn. I don't know off the top of my head when Danny Lobby will be shooting in the U.S. again. Of course, talented shot out of Indy and a great American shot. And a really cool guy. Got a chance to talk to him. Have commentated over him before as well at the Cherry Bomb International in the past. But he basically, for the most part, kind of lives in the UK with how much he plays. I think he takes longer stays than any other of the North American players that go overseas. I know Jules typically would go only a few weeks at a time. Jeff Smith is pretty much the same way. Leonard Gates is also the same way. So those guys only take shorter stints. I'm pretty sure Danny Lobby basically has a second home there because he does work out there. Stays for months at a time. Of course, another place you can see Danny Lobby throw, the Siege over at the castle there. To the Point Streaming, Indie Dart Show run by Sean Green, Jason Ives, Tim Neal, and Keegan as well. I mean, they put on a great show over there. It's my favorite show. If you are free on a Tuesday night, I'm telling you, I tune into that just about every time. I've played on it. I've commentated on it as well. Let me tell you, it's a great show. If you like steel and you want to watch something more casual and homegrown about the indie darts community, it's a fascinating show. Bob McCoy gets on the pony, hits the white horse, and looks like he's going to take two straight here and complete the double dip. 6.8. It is currently local time 1:23 in the morning. This event here started at 7:30. That is incredible to be throwing at this standard for so long, considering he wasn't the seat holder. It's not like he got to go rest for a while. He's been playing basically nonstop. One bull away. Finds it. Bob McCoy does it. You can see Eric just giving him a clap. He knows that it was just his day there. What a game. What a shot. Congratulations to Bob McCoy there. Eric Bobsing getting second place. Congratulations to him as well. Amazing stuff from the guys. You can see Bob say, what? What's going on? He's excited. He's pumped. And that was some great performance from those guys. Seriously, congratulations once again. I'm going to see real quick here. Let's take a peek on our Eagle Eye camera. And it looks like, yep, they are underway on the third place match. So the winner of this will play Lucas Pritzel in the finals here. So we're going to try to get a look over at this board. So sorry, it's not the best view. These cameras aren't really designed for this use, right? But here we go. We're going to get this third place match going on in the background. I'm going to throw some music up for you guys. We have one match left to go after this one's concluded. The finals of the non-pro. Guys, it has been 5 hours and 45 minutes since the stream has started, and we got just one match left for today, and we got a full day of coverage tomorrow. And reminder, breaking news. If you're going to be watching this tomorrow and you want to see it, guess what? You got to go over to Eagle Eye Sports. You got to give them a like, got to give them a follow, because that's going to be our page where we're streaming all day tomorrow. Of course, that is our sister company to USA Darts. I am Nick DiChiria, happily bring you coverage of this one. Going to let these guys finish out this match, and then we're on to the finals. Don't go far, folks. Finals up next. Alrighty, everyone, it's finals time for the third time and the final time, no pun intended here. Luke Pritzel, Casey Jones going at it in the non-pro. And here's the scoop here, right? Here's the word on the street. Casey Jones has been tearing through the bottom bracket, beating out Jamie Kopp there in that third place match, but has been tearing through, making waves. And of course, Luke put on such a clinical where everyone's like, how is he in the non-pro? Well, these guys are already in-house pros now after this, regardless. But this is going to be amazing. We're here for one more great match. Of course, I am Nick DiChiria here at the Plover Tournament Doug Sports Pub Dart Championship 2023. Been bringing coverage now for 6 hours straight, basically non-stop action. So, guys, I know it's late. I know it's been a long night, and I know a lot of you guys are tired. Well, guess what? If I'm here, you're here. Let's give these guys some love and see a great show here at the end. Well, let's just start off with threes. You can see Luke giving a little celebration there. Of course, Luke, when we saw him, right, earlier today in the King Seat match, he threw 5/8 or higher basically every time. Now it's just a little bit about the late night fatigue. I don't think that either of these guys, Casey or Luke, are really feeling pressure about winning the final. It's more so just about trying to find the energy and being able to be coherent enough to throw the darts after what is a long day of shooting, knowing that there's a long day ahead tomorrow, because if they're winning tonight, they're going to be doing great tomorrow as well. Oh, there we go. I was like, what happened there? Finds a 9. Luke Pritzel does. Great shot there from Luke. Collects 4 there. You know these guys are friends. A lot of respect between these two sportsmen in this game right here. Love to see it. Oh, Casey wants another. Just gets 5. 4-2-5 versus 4-2-5. And it's only going to continue to heat up here, guys. These guys are very capable of throwing some games. I expect to see a 5-0 is going to be the bar that they're going to want to reach. This is a non-pro bracket we're talking about here. Just crazy stuff. Absolutely crazy stuff. Ooh, good 7 mark there for Luke. Find the 20s, trying to submit that lead back after a great round there from KC. Casey wanted to go bing, bang, bop and try to get rid of those 20s. Brandy saying late night fatigue and aiming fluid probably would have done me in at this point. Man, I can tell you the fatigue is real right now. And this room went from packed earlier and a bunch of people here, loud music, to just these guys left on dartboard. Even the luck of the draw finished up actually. So it's just this match left and it's closing time. Finds the 16s on the first, needs another. Doesn't find it on the last. Bertzel to get the first leg here will have a massive advantage if he can do the 16-15 transition. Collecting himself, taking a moment. See, went for the 50 in the second dart. I don't have an issue with that, especially because you already have a 2-house advantage. It applies a lot of pressure. but then he kind of just does the switch over at the 16. I think if he didn't hit the 15, he either go back up the points or stay on for one more there. Because right now, I mean, that single mark in the 16 did effectively nothing. And you see the punishment. Casey Jones finds a 3 in the bed on the 16s and now has a 50-point lead, making a 5 mark necessary now for Luke. Finds the first start triple. Decides to stay up there for more, though. And then hits the 60 in the last. Answers with an 8 mark. And then answers back with a 7. Whatever. What was that fatigue conversation? They just needed a little bit of this first leg to get going here. And now they're back in fuego. 5-0, 4-7-8 for these guys. Luke's going to take a shot at the 15s here. Collects it. 7 mark right back. 5-0 plays 5-0 now. And like I said, 5-0 is the number. If you're shooting a 5-0, you're looking pretty strong, and maybe not even enough because they're both shooting 5s right now, but that's the number needed. That's the average expected to become champion in the non-pro here, which again is incredible standard. We talk about it. To be a pro is minimum 5-0 now. It's not the 4-0, 4-5 that we talked about in the past. That, sorry, I just got jump scared there by the best mustache I've ever seen. So sorry about that. Yeah, the 5-0 is the new standard. That's what you see in the non-pro. 4-8-2, Luke Pritzel now up 1-0 here in this final, holding the seat, looking strong. Casey Jones not slacking off though. 4-7 for him. Just taking a quick moment. Casey's going to start off, needs to start off strong. Luke has not been letting off the gas at all. Finds on the last there. Did the bare minimum. You have to get those 20s closed. Get some extra credit if you can. But yeah, Luke finding the 19s with ease. Plenty of room to work with it. Is working with it. Oh, tries to pop up at the 20. Kind of got away from him there just a little bit the way he threw it. You can kind of tell left his hand just a tad funny. Do you like the shot, though? Here we go. That was a lax turn there from KC. Luke finds the 19 to get the point lead. Is he going to take the shot again? He does take the shot again. I think there in that situation, you might just want to stay till you trip. Played a little safer, but of course you have the seat. You're on match point, so at this point there isn't as much risk. He can go for the crazier shots if he wants. I like it. In retrospect, I talked myself out of not liking it. Luke down 45. Kind of blocked himself. Is moving to the side now. Gets it right underneath. Well thrown dart. But there, right, he decided to stay, but he was already blocked and felt like he had to move. He sneaks one in. It's hard to sneak two in just because that spot that you're aiming at's now taken up by another dart. I think he should have taken the shot at the 20 there. KC finds 4, debating what he wants to do with the last, and it collects on the 19. Proven Nick Stradamus right once again. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Great shot there, though. Casey Jones collects big. Oh, Luke needs to move again. Gets it on the last. 4-2-5, 4-5. These guys are neck and neck. They were neck and neck the first leg. This is a tough final. Five mark there for Casey Jones. 93 points, so 2 trips of the 18. Won't be able to get the point lead. Does collect 5, gets it back within 3. We saw the same thing with the last leg, right? They started off a little bit lower, starting in those low fours, and progressively got better until they were ending in the high fours, which really were 5-0s going into the Bulls. That standard just got better for them. Bare minimum, that was a 3 mark there to close those 18s up and hands an opportunity to Luke Pritzel. Finds the first start, plenty of room. Down 6. Does he take the shot? Does he stay? He's staying. Just finds 5. He wanted more. He knew when that first start hit, he was like, if the second one hits, I'm going to take that swing. He wants those 20s out of here. 2 attempts at him, only collecting a single when he has shot it. Because every time Casey's gone at it, he's collected really well and hits a dagger dart on the third there, making the task ever so stronger. Finds 5 there. Luke's been more consistent, right? But his turns haven't been as explosive, while Casey just had the timing on these big shots, which is why he's winning with the lower average on top of the going first advantage. I love the switch there. Hits the cover on the 15. Casey Jones looking good. See Luke now just forced to go on the Bulls here and try to give himself an opportunity on a error from KC. Gets 3. 3 Bulls away from make this 1 apiece in this final. This is getting interesting. So he takes a switch there, right? You see Luke hits the double on the first, decides to go try to take a number away, but then hits the double on the last. I kind of wish he just would have stayed there for all 3, because Casey Jones isn't going to miss 3 Bulls more often than not. And there you go, collects it 1 apiece now. Super important diddle. Every diddle is important, right? Because you want to serve, but I mean, this is match point. If Luke wins this game, it's over. Casey needs to win this diddle and get that start. Well, that will certainly help. Yeah, it doesn't hit for Luke. See there, just kind of wings up a couple more. Well, here it is. Casey Jones to start us off in this final here. Last leg decider for the first dip. Casey starts off right. It set the pace for the whole rest of this game. Throws the first one low, stacks it on the second, stacks it on the third. Well done on his adjustments here. Hitting a 5 mark open. Solid opening. Luke has been so consistent on those 19s. If he throws at the 19s, his first start has found the trip more often than not. More so, I would say his first start triple percentage on 19s is higher than any of the other numbers on the board for him currently. Casey switches to the 19s on the last there. Like the shot. And that's a huge moment there. Luke Pritzel decides, you know what beat me in the last game? The fact that I never got a clean shot at the 20s after those first 2 attempts. So if I get an opportunity to get it even within a couple points, I'm taking the swing. And then Casey Jones like, by the way, I can hit other numbers. Hits an 8 mark. Casey Jones. Good shot there. Luke finding 5. Both these guys are on fire in the 6s. And then you see the 17's gone, goes back up. Gap closed a little bit, though. 46-point difference. Meaning, trip 16 gives a shot. Oh, but he goes high. And he's caught up in the same neighborhood. Finds it on the last there. Unfortunate timing for that miss. And double 16 on the last start there. Casey Jones, 6 mark, keeping that 6-0 consistent. Oh, Luke wants all 3 in there. Oh, he switches on the last one. I don't like that shot there in particular. You're down 55 points. You're not giving yourself any advantage. That means you're requiring 6 bowls if your 15s get closed. Not a good shot, and gets punished subsequently. Down 73 points now. Finds the double. Gets a single. Can he get another bowl in there? Decides to go up, try to get rid of those 18s. He's kind of wipes away. Would have left him with a decent shot on the next go. Casey finds the first bowl. Second, needs this one. And hits the double there. Gives a little side hand and says, let's go one more time. 5-2-9. Beats out a 5-5 there. Taking that going first advantage. We have one more match. One more best of 3. And it's over. Folks, this is what you want to see. This is the non-pro final. And they are both shooting 5s. Non-pro. Non-pro. I want to keep saying non-pro final. This is insane. Guess what? These guys are pros now. It's definitely an in-house list, and I expect on many other lists soon. Here we go. Luke Pritzel, Casey Jones. Let us know who you're cheering for. Let us know who you got. Nick DiChiria in the booth here, trying to keep hold of my sanity as I am certainly awake, aware, and excited to see how this final shapes up. Oh, no. Oh, no. Big error. The first start just kind of went wayward for him, well off where you see Luke normally hitting. How much is it going to hurt? Last one helps a lot, but definitely basically just said, okay, I'm not going first anymore. Going second. You just need to regroup. It's honestly not the end of the world. 5 mark there. Hurts, but is nothing crazy. Oh, no, but you can't do it again. Collects the trip 19 in the last, but this is a bad time for Luke Pritzel to catch a cold streak. He's trying to work his way into the trip. Needs to take a deep breath. Take a walk here for a second. Yes, there's a good chance that Casey can really make this hurt. He seems like he's keen to, right? But even if you lose this game, just you got to hold your throw on the next. Shake it off. It happens. Sometimes the darts just don't connect. They've been hitting all day. Luke, king seat holder. We did see Abby Spot hold her seat and win the women's finals. And then, of course, on the other end, the pro side, Bob McCoy completes the double dip over Eric Bobzine. So, who knows? We've seen one of each. Will we see the double dip completed successfully? Will we not? Expands the point lead, but does not close the 15s or the 16s here. Luke trying to pave himself a little bit of an opportunity. Needs to bed one of these numbers now. Gets 7. So doesn't quite get the point lead, but starting to get a little bit of an opportunity. At any point, these guys can just start playing perfect. We've seen it. It's happened, and it will happen again. So having that never say die mentality and giving yourself a chance is all you can ask for. Casey Jones does get rid of those 16. So 15s. You need to load them up. Hope that for some reason you do get the point lead from a forced error, and then take a shot at the 3-bet close. Another 7 mark. $56-point difference here. Point lead is gone. And does stay up there. Collects a trip on the last game. The bare minimum point lead, not exactly what he wanted. 11-point difference, 517 average right now for Casey. Ooh, went for the double, went outside on it, and twice. That's a huge error there. See, earlier he opted after first start trip 20 to stay on it for the other 2 when he had the single point advantage, right? Or single mark advantage, right? But now on the other end, Luke's getting a huge opportunity. He needs to take this. He needs to score as much as he can, because this is the best chance to get establishing a significant point lead. Significant meaning that he'll have the point lead on his next go to be able to try to close some houses down. Casey needs a trip. And this is the opportunity that Luke's been working on. He's been cooking up in the kitchen. Single 18, double 20, trip 17. Decides to go for the points first, so he's going to try to establish more of a point advantage and grab one of these numbers here. Decides to grab the 20s and hits it successfully. A well-timed 6 mark, expertly done there. Again, forcing a 6 mark or more now out of Casey Jones. Finds 5. But again, now Luke will have another opportunity to close the rounds. Now it's even easier, right? He only needs a single 18. So if he gets the point lead, which he does now have, can pop the 18s in 1. And now can he hit the 17s here? Oh, it takes a moment. Doesn't hit it. The hesitation killed him there, I think. That was such a huge potential shot. Casey needs to capitalize on this moment. First start's good. Goes over, hits a double 15. Back to the 17s here. Finds a 6. 32-point lead. 5 bold differential here. Expect the 17s to probably go, considering Luke's style. Ooh, both of those not well thrown for him. I think after the first miss, I would have been okay with him going for those 17s and taking the 5-3 chance on the bulls. We did see Casey miss a chance at the bulls earlier. Yeah, now he's going to make sure a single 17 did add another bull there. Or no, it made it 1 short of adding another bull, so he decides to stay for 2 more. You can tell it's over 6+ hours into the stream, solo stream with just me here. And the brain's not working as well, and it already didn't work well in the first place. Casey finds the first, and 1, 2, and 3 now has match point advantage in this final. Match point advantage here. Broke the throw of Luke Pritzel as well, so that's significant. If he can do back-to-back breaks, it's over. Luke Pritzel holds his throw. We'll go to 1 more leg here. Solid 5. I think he's playing a little bit more aggressive, trying to mix up his strategy. And honestly, Luke having those 20s out of the way early is going to be a godsend for him. But with the way Casey is hitting them, 7 marks though to start off on the 19s. Not a bad start, if I do say so myself. And I did say so. Goes 19 and less. I think with the mark on the 18, take the second house. You hit the first star triple, grab the second number up, expand that point differential. Instead, kind of handing opportunity to get rid of the 20s. Yeah, you can see he grabs the 18s here. And the 20s. Casey Jones, little pump to the side there. Huge shot there from Casey. Punish the what I do think is a strategical error. Four mark there. Gets a 2-point lead. See what Casey's able to do with this opportunity. First start trip in the 19. Oh, good look at the 17. Doesn't click. He loves using those doubles. Goes inside there. Oh, let's see what Luke's able to do. That will help. And there we go. 3 in the bed. Luke Pritzel twists it in. 98-point game here. Oh, that's a perfect spot for, yeah, because you can see Casey's a lefty. So if it goes to the right-hand side of the bed for him, there's usually plenty of room to follow it, use it as a backboard or as a catch for your dart, goalpost, however you want to word it. Luke not able to get those 16s open with the point lead there. Was hoping to get a first start trip and then able to pop the 19s. Yeah, this is huge. KC is really turning it on when he needs to. What a shot from Casey Jones. A 9 mark showing a 6-6. It's 2 in the morning here, and he is just on fuego. Casey Jones 3 balls away from completing the double dip. Doesn't quite do it yet. Luke Pritzel needs to make some magic happen at the moment. Needs to find as many bulls as he can and try to get a close at some point here because he's down 4 houses. I wonder if he's debating about trying to get another bull or popping one of the numbers. I think because if he felt like he had to move, popping a number there on the off chance Casey misses, which he probably isn't, to try to give himself an opportunity. Uh-oh. Gets a double, needs the points. Doesn't get the points, but down up 4 houses. Luke can't close it out here. 15 points away from having the non-pro title here at the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship. Yeah, just pops the trip 16 there. Tries to pop what he can, but it's just about over. This is all she wrote, folks. Single bull or single 18 there. Excuse me. You can tell the fatigue is getting to me. Great shooting. Casey Jones, Luke Pritzel, and what was a phenomenal showing from these guys. And Casey Jones really just puts on a show. Guys, it is late at night. The dartboards are turning off. It has been such a good time bringing you coverage of this one here. Of course, everybody, I want to thank everyone for bringing me out. We will be here tomorrow covering, again, last reminder, last time I'll say it today, until you hear me say it all day tomorrow. We are covering only on Eagle Eye Sports tomorrow and the Doug Sports Pub page. Go over to Eagle Eye Sports on Facebook or YouTube. That's where you're going to see coverage of this tournament tomorrow. And that's where all the action will be taking place here. So, guys, that is where you'll find it. Eagle Eye Sports. Give us a follow. Huge shout outs to everybody here running this tournament. We're excited to continue bringing you coverage of the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship here in Plover, Wisconsin. Of course, I am Nick DiChiria. Everyone, thank you for tuning in. Looking forward to seeing you guys all tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone.